Hey y'all, how's it going? It is Friday, May 30th, and it's been a while since the last stream. Huh, it's been over a week, basically. And that last stream was Mario Builder 64, not even Mario Maker. It's been 2 weeks since the last Mario Maker stream. The reason for that was set on the previous thing, the previous screen that you might have just seen for a bit. I'm back from LASIK and feeling pretty good. Yeah, I got LASIK a week ago. It was a hell of a weekend last weekend. You know, kind of, for most people, a 3-day weekend here in the States. For me, more of a 5-day weekend. Couple of those days in just, you know, a very, very, rough state. But all in all, pretty not bad, and now I'm very not bad, and I am happy to report that, you know, we'll get into it as we get into it, but I am happy to report that I can at least read the chat. I have it slightly bigger than it usually is, but I can read it just good. The vision isn't 100% yet. The doctor says it gets better over time, and slowly gets up to, you know, reading street signs and stuff like that, but the chat will not be a problem. I got you. No glasses is throwing you off. Buddy, you gotta get used to it. This is the way. This is what it is going forward. You're gonna see my, my hired... I got, like, purple eyes, you know? I got the eyeshadows perpetually. I've always had those, even under the glasses. I'm like that guy from the baseball show this season. That's the look I got. Also a little bit of freckles, like, under, like, this area. I don't know if that picks up on camera. Well, I got, like, a weird line of freckles going, like, from here to here. Like, right under the thing. Yeah. It's gonna be a process to get used to, but I assure you, this is the way. These glasses, they don't work no more. If I put them on, it's like, oh my god, it's like it's horrible. It just doesn't work. That's, I guess, what, you know, characters in cartoons feel when they try on other characters' glasses. Just like, oh my god, what the hell is this crap? This is not a way to see the world, because that's right, when you don't need glasses, they literally do not work. I've considered, like, popping these out, or, like, trying to turn these into sunglasses. I don't know. That's a long-term question type thing. Hey, Barnstormer. LASIK. Again! LASIK is the deal, just got LASIK, yada yada yada. Gabrielle, exclamation point, add, and then the code, and you'll get in there nice and good. Couple things before we begin. Yeah, you gotta use the add command. Someone help Angel. Yeah. Look at the pinned message. Cards. It's been about a week since it's been over a week since I got LASIK. Like I said last Thursday, still a little bit recovering. You know, I feel like sometimes, you know, we'll get into it as we go, I'll say. You gotta use exclamation point add. Someone, Chard, please assist. Custom characters when they tear off their glasses and their eyes are singular black dots. My eyes, yeah, they're like normal sized. I think they're like normal sized. Anywho, what was I saying? Not exactly up to full speed yet. I'm hoping, like, next week or two, it'll be, you know, fully recovered by the time the Switch 2 hits. I'm hoping by the time the Switch 2 hits, my vision is, like, enough that I can see, like, street signs and stuff, but this is good enough to play video games. It's good enough to read chat. For now, I'm happy. I'll say it is a little bit like, you know, I look at chat and it's like, it's not perfect. It's not perfectly clear, but I can read it. I can make out the letters. Okay. Second off, shout out to Rock Party, who is in chat, is in the queue. Recommended the doctor that I went to, who specializes in No Cut LASIK, which is a special sort of LASIK that has kind of a longer recovery time. So, like, you know, it's a whole thing. But yeah, it's good. I think Chard, you're already in there, so don't worry. You should be still good. Yeah. Super Mario Maker 3 will come eventually. Shout out to you, Rock Party. Thank you for the recommendation. I think it has worked out well enough so far. I mean, I'm waiting for it to get better, but I'm feeling pretty good. Finally, gotta say, next stream is gonna be a banger. The next stream next week, you know, usually the next stream would be on a Tuesday, but next week is the Switch launch, so I'm going to run home from the, thank you again, Rock Party. I'm gonna run home from the GameStop and start up a Switch 2 stream as soon as I can, and, you know, maybe do another one the following night. I'm not 100% sure about that, to be clear. TBD. I need to get back to Warp World on my phone here so we can do the thing. So yeah, Switch 2 stream is the next stream. I'll be streaming that as soon as I get it. I will unbox it on air and set it up, though taking it down if, you know, I need to, like, enter my username, password, things of that nature, credit card, like, anything sensitive, I'm gonna hide the fuck out of it. But, you know, it should be a fun night, and I'm hoping, you know, way I figure most people will probably be getting it on the day rather than at midnight, so the servers probably will be fine. They'll probably be good enough for us to get Mario Kart, get Welcome Tour, get Deltarune, and maybe a couple other games to really test things out. Updates, we'll see where that night takes us, and if there's anything to do, like, at the end of that whole, thing. God damn it, I have to log back into Twitch to get to the Warp World. And, let me get that all done. Anyway, that is exciting. There'll be also, you know, there's a stream after that weekend for the Xbox events. I'll also be playing Mario Kart during that because I think that sounds like a good idea. I mean, I think it sounds like a fun idea. Hey, there's a raid from Yoki827 _ Hey, thank you for the raid. I'm pretty sure that some of the shout-out stuff is broken. Oh, it's working now! What the hell? They fixed it. But, thanks for the raid. You were doing Mario Maker 2 as well. Hell yeah. You're making unauthorized modifications to your Switch 2 console, and then Nintendo's gonna turn into a brick? That's, you gotta watch out for that. Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Yolki. Shout out to you. I dropped you a follow. And, yeah. Welcome to the thing. Anywho, fun times ahead. This next week is gonna be a whole thing. That's right, Chard. You can't add 2 levels at once. Angel has to add it. Let me do that for you. Hang on, I'll just add it. It's a good idea to put the name of the person after the add command. That's smart. Thank you for the follow. Man, I can't. My activity feed thing is too small. I can't. Lexim? Again, just got LASIK. Still recovering. Small text might be a thing. Some names might be harder to read than normal, but so long as you're saying normal words, we'll see. You remember me, do you? God, my memory is crap. It's been a bit. Off the top of my head, no, but I can't wait to see. Flip Switch Challenge. I played a lot of levels, Lexim. Submit away. Yeah. I don't know what you're saying on Angel. Let's go ahead and get things rolling. I think that's enough up top front. There's so many people and so many levels that I played over the years. I don't remember. My memory, you know. Hey, let's do this. For real now. We're doing the stream. We're starting with viewer levels. That's right. It's time for viewer levels proper. Let me explain how this works for those who are new or otherwise need a refresher. Oh god, this is a good reading test. Reading the code off the thing. I think that's right. It's either a P or an F in the middle. Good, I got it. Okay. Level codes as a vision test. Not quite what I'm... We'll see. We'll see how this goes. How this works is that if you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, which means, outside of the lightning round, which will come later, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly, but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. That's just my compromise between prioritizing the people who are here and playing more levels, which is, fun. I don't speak Spanish. Gabriel. Gabriel? Gabriel. Was used to be a... This is the level, right? This is what you wanted. Correct, 06I? I didn't mistype, did I? Let me just double check. No, it looked good. Looks good to me. Make sure, if you need to replace a code, exclamation point, replace, and then an exclamation point add gets you into queue. Exclamation point replace replaces a code that's already in the queue. Warp World is a little screwy, but it's the only thing I know that works both on YouTube and Twitch. So, it's what I go with. It's what I gotta use to facilitate both sides. What is this? This is... I don't know what's going on here. Go back in the pipe if the room is run. Wrong if there's nothing suspicious, go ahead. What? Huh? I don't understand what that means. Start the timer, I guess. This is the room you need to remember? Okay. I am trying to remember. Oh, there was a bunch of stuff. I don't remember. There was a vine. Angels, you made a typo. Sure. FNG, not FMG. Okay. Remind me of that when it comes up. Also, you can always just submit yourself. You know, you don't have to go through me. What? Huh? I'm confused here. A vine, a music block, an ice block, another ice block, P-switch, vine. This looks like I'm set up for a music level. Huh? It said 2. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm progressing? Apparently not. Where's my timer? Oh, fuck. Right. I forgot I moved the timer, when I did the Mario Builder stream. 1 second. Let me move that shit back. Give me a second. I forgot something. Okay, that needs to go. Right, here. That's where it goes normally, right? Yeah? Okay. It goes right about there. That looks fine. Alright. I don't know what's going on. So there's a vine, there's a music note, there's a ice ice, P-block situation, vine, vine, vine. I have no idea how we're, like, getting into pipes, honestly, because it's all off-screen. Go back if it's suspicious. So, like, do this? Huh? I do not understand this one even a little bit. But, oh, okay. What's going on here? I remember 2 being bad. Oh, but it wasn't bad that time. Okay. Hey, S2 is chill. Hello, everyone! I feel like I didn't go person by person and say names and all. But, you know, let it be known. I do see y'all and recognize that you're here, and it's cool. The rooms are random. Okay. So, we're trying to match the room, and if it's the same room as normal, then we go forward, and if it's not, we... This is weird. This is a weird one. Is it expired by exit 8? Never heard of exit 8. This looks the same to me. This looks normal. Wait, there's no door in here. If there's no door, that's a pretty good hint, right? No, sometimes you're in a different zone. What's wrong with that last one? The door has nothing to do with it. Okay. So whether or not a door is there is immaterial. Anyway, I'll say we have a lot to talk about tonight, folks, so... No. Let's, all looks normal. Anything, maybe this pokey is a little bit forward, or a little bit farther back than I would reckon. No, that wasn't right. Your brain ain't braining? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you know, I'll say, like, I can see perfectly everything that's going on here. You know, maybe it's something to do with these semi-solids. There's an arrow, there's a thing, there's these 2 stacked semi-solids. The pokey is a height of 3. Maybe that was it. The pokey maybe was too tall. The test for your new eyes? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'll say, like, you know, let's start. Let me talk about my weekend. Can I talk about my weekend? So, I get the LASIK, right? And Thursday morning, I, like, go out to the place, get that, yeah, this guy's too tall. I see that much. I get the LASIK, right? They turn on the machine after a lot of preparation, and basically kind of... I'll say, the thing about LASIK that was kind of weird is that in the moments, it was a lot like staring into the sun, you know? Or like when you stare into the sun, you see like sunspots on your eyes, you know, green spots or whatever. It was like that, but over my whole eye for like a second. And then, you know, the guy showed me the ceiling, and the ceiling looked really sharp, and I went, ooh, that's off, this is off-center, there's one too many things up top. He showed me the ceiling real fast, and then put in a contact lens to protect the eye, after which the eyes got a little blurry after, contact lens went in. So, you know, up to the point, I had been told, like, oh, it might be, you know, it's recommended that you have someone to take care of you, put in the eye drops over the weekend and all that, right? And, you know, I got brought by my dad, and after that, that thing, we went, back to his place, and, I stayed over the night that night, which was interesting. Right after was probably about as bad as it got, right? Just, you know, as blurry as it got. Maybe it got a little bit blurrier on, like, Saturday, I'll say. The vision did. Like, that's what he said to expect, right? Like, oh, it'll get a little blurrier over the weekend, but then clear right the fuck up after that point. After a certain point. And that's basically how it went. This looks right. This looks right. Dynasteel played your level today? Not familiar with Dynasteel. I'm happy for you, though. So yeah, I day one, went to their place and just had them put in the pills for a bit, you know, until we got to reading, like, some of the you know, material that we were sent home with, or sent back with, and started realizing, like, wait, you know, fuck, something was wrong with this room. We started reading some of the material that we were sent back with, and we started realizing, like, oh, wait, these are the #1 maker of all time? Wow, I didn't know that. I'm not familiar with their work. Submit some of their levels, I guess, if you, fuck. Way to die. If you like. So we get home, and we start realizing, like, oh, you know, right now, over that weekend, I had a lot of drops to put in, right? Like, basically, like, every hour, I was supposed to put in, like, one of the refresher drops, and another refresher drops, and then also, every 4 hours, 4 times a day, 2 other drops. So, you know, on some hours, 4 drops, on other hours, 2 drops. Which is a lot, but, you know, you begin to read the details of, like, what is expected, and you realize, like, wait, these, the steroid drops, they need to continue for, like, the next month or 2. And in fact, what it is that 4 weeks, you do 4 times a day for 4 weeks, and then you go to 2 after that for another couple weeks. You know, you sort of, like, it drops off, you know? At which point, it became pretty obvious, like, wait, no, we can't, this isn't viable as, like, a long-term thing. And, you're feeling fine? And I was like, yeah, I'm feeling fine. And, next morning I went home, basically, after having a pretty chill day, just hanging out with the folks, you know, and, you know, managing. And I was surprised, even that night, you know, my vision was pretty damn blurry, but, like, I was basically able to watch the episode of Succession they put on, and it was a little blurry, but, like, I could mostly see what was going on. You know, it wasn't terrible, and that was interesting that it wasn't that bad, you know? What the fuck? Mostly, I'll say, I went home and, you know, dealt with it from there. I'll say I didn't sleep very well that night. You know, my family, my folks, they have cats, and when I have the Allegra going in me, it's fine, but it turns out, it seems, like, when like, overnight, when the Allegra starts to wear out, I was getting very snuffly and could not sleep at all. It was also hotter than I liked, and, it was very unpleasant, so I was just like, okay, well, I gotta go home. I gotta go sleep in a cold room, and where there's no cat hair around, and I'll set timers and I'll be good, you know, and pretty much by then I'd figured out, like, okay, like, I could get a drop in. I realized, like, how you can, you know, pull back the eye, do the thing. Got it all down pat. Okay, timer's up, 5 tries left. Nice. That's a success. Then, the night that I got home, right? I got home in the day, and decide like, okay, I'm gonna have a nap. And one thing that they have you do, they tell you a bunch of stuff, the doctor. You know, the eye doctor, the LASIK guy. He gives you a bunch of stuff to do as far as supplements, as far as like, don't do this, do this. And one of the recommendations, I'll tell you two of them real fast. One was, you know, whenever you sleep, use, I believe it should be, no, that's me with the, first off, he gave you these things like, oh, you know, first off, these are sunglasses. Second off, here are some eye protector thingy things to put over your eyes so that you don't touch them, which was fun. Wore those for a bit until we realized, like, oh, they're kind of just for my protection, just so I don't go, like, you know, overnight. So I only wore those to sleep at a certain point, pretty much. They gave me this vaporizer, right? This Vicks, or they didn't give me, they told me to go buy. Dang it. They gave me this vaporizer, and I tried it out for a nap as soon as I got home on Friday, right? I was tired as hell, needed a nap, whatever. I turned it on. When I woke up, it was 70 degrees in my apartment, and probably hotter in my bedroom. And what quickly became clear as the day went on, like, oh my god, the AC broke. And I don't know if it was because of the the thing, or because I turned down the temperature too low. The guy told me, like, oh, the lines are frozen. Probably because I was trying to make it as cold as humanly possible, because I was very hot. And I was just like, what the fuck? That was a funny bit. Too bad it was mid-anecdotes. Long story short, the AC was broken, and it wasn't fixed until the next morning, and, you know, god damn, it was 80 degrees inside, it was like 90 degrees outside, it was hell that night. It was fucking hell, and, you know, one thing that the guy told me, the doctor told me, is like, oh, you're gonna want to take, you're gonna want to do no fans, right? And do the vaporizer every night, because fans dry your eyes out, and the vaporizer keeps them wet, you know. And considering it was 80 degrees, I could not do that. And not only did I have the fan on, but I had this standing fan on, just blowing directly on me, and the cold air coming out of this son of a bitch was like my only relief during that like 80-degree night, until like Saturday morning when the guy came to fix the AC, and like, you know, apparently he couldn't do it the previous day because it was frozen and it needed to unfroze. But god damn, that night sucked. It was terrible. I was so relieved the next day that once it you know, all got better. So I was just having this thing blow cold air on me, and I'll say, between dry eyes and heat stroke, I'll take dry eyes and take the drops, you know? And, like, it was fine, honestly. Like, I feel like, you know, the doctor spun a whole yarn and like, warned us and said things like, oh, you know, you could be in massive pain on Saturday. I've had patients who on the day after are just, like, in terrible, terrible pain. Terrible pain. And, like, it was mostly irritating for me on the Saturday as far as the eyes go. It's kind of like sometimes having a itch you can't scratch, right? Just like, you know, bad, but, like, the heat was worse. You know? The heat was worse. And, you know, once the temperature did cool off, I was able to be more comfortable. And then, you know, just occasionally I would feel it when I blinked, right? And I feel like a lot of that was the contact, since, like, once I got the contacts out, it felt a lot better in the eye. Never used contacts, so I wasn't really, like, you know, I've never done it before. Not really something I've fucked with. You know what I mean? But, like, it was a fucking hell of a thing, and, you know, it was a hell of a weekend. After that, it was just vaguely uncomfortable, and, you know, because it was a 3-day weekend, I had to wait. Wait, no, the thing's up top. Blocks up top, blocks up top. This is wrong, this is wrong. I had to wait until Tuesday to actually get the contact lenses off, which meant that it was pretty uncomfortable, honestly. But also, like, I've had worse. Or, I don't know. It was pretty uncomfortable, but also not at worst, it was, like, irritating rather than painful. And also, you know, they gave me some, like, pain, some, like, super kick-ass pain medication. I only took that when I needed to super sleep, and it was super hot, and I didn't know what to do. Other than that, I just sort of, you know, bared with it. So that was a weekend. Hey, Simon, how you doing? So that was a weekend. I was able to do a lot of stuff that I wanted to do, I'll say. Like, I was able to watch stuff, and, you know, it was a little blurry that whole weekend, but not the worst thing in the world. Exclamation point, add to add. You got it, Simon. You're figuring it out. I have faith. This is the last try, so next time, if we die, it's over. This level, I don't know. Maybe I'm not that attentive. This is like high stakes spot the difference. I'm literally not knowing what I'm doing wrong half the time. PP, and then another P. We'll give this a real try. We'll pay more attention, maybe. There's a bunch of levels in queue. An unlucky number of them, in fact. Dang. Happy to see y'all turn out and put those in there. Ah, see. I said in chat, some people have been making C puns in chat, and I did as well. It's fun. I don't know what to tell you. Kind of fun to make a big deal of it. I don't know. Ah. Anywho, long story short, hellish weekend. But at the same time, you know, once everything had all settled down, like by like midday Saturday, I was just sort of just trying to be not so uncomfortable and taking, you know, a whole bunch of aspirin to offset the eye situation. Thank you for level 06 high. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if this has served as like a good eye test, but like I feel like I see plenty good enough to see all the blocks. You know what I mean? It's just like, let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. Killer, who is here. Perfect. And here's another eye test for me, again, reading the code from the screen. Let me do that. Okay, I can read this. Is the internet ready for aging eyes? This is a thought I have had as I have been using the internet whilst my eyes have been kind of like in a recovery state, right? Like, a lot of text on the internet is real goddamn small. You know, a lot of text in games is pretty damn small as well. I was thinking this insofar as, like, you know, now I'll say, like, my vision is better enough to do most of the things I want to do. You know, it's good enough to read chat. It's good enough to, like, slightly zoomed in chat, mind you. It's good enough to read chat. It's good enough to play Doom, The Dark Ages. It's good enough to watch subtitled anime. Subtitled anime is quite good, actually. Those subtitles are massive, and that is just really accessible to me. Hell, I was watching that crap over the weekend while my eyes were still pretty damn blurry, and just going like, I can read it, and it's very readable. But like, a lot of text out there is not so readable. Like, I tried at some point this weekend to play a little more Clair Obscur, and I realized I couldn't because, like, oh crap, every move is just text. And it's all very like, you know, there's the name of it, and then there's a bunch of fine text explaining like how it works. And it's like, oh my, from a range of 6 feet away from the TV, I cannot read that. You know, and there's a lot of small text on the internet, on like websites and social media stuff, where I'm just looking at this crap going like, okay, well, can I zoom in? Yes, but it makes it look like total ass. And just looking at that and going like, is this what it's gonna be like in 20 years when we all have like just bad vision by default? Like, what the hell? How is that gonna work? How's that gonna be? I don't know. I hope someone thinks about it before I'm old and I have to have bad vision and wear readers, you know, to like read things that are close up. You know, like this is gonna happen to everyone eventually. You know, eventually everyone's not gonna be able to read that very good. And like, I do wonder, like, maybe we should be thinking about accessibility? Like, I'll say even on my channel, a lot of my text is small. A lot of my UI is small. You know, the starting soon, the level codes, you know, and that's great because it means it doesn't take up much space and leaves a lot of, like, a lot of stuff, a lot of room for, like, you know, the game and all, but also does make it hard to read. Hello, Eve's Music. How you doing? Doing all right. Still a little bit on the mend from just getting LASIK. Up until last week, I wore glasses on every stream. Oh my god, this is difficult. Okay. We should pay attention to the level. You cooked, please like your level. Exclamation point add Eve's Music. Exclamation point add. After you're done, you get in queue, you see. You get in queue. And then your level is played when it comes up. This is not good, us taking a hit. Like, the thing. Let me put this in there for the YouTube. Somehow I clicked away. There we go. There's how you submit a level. You can also look at the pinned message. If I could get them to throw the fireball the wrong way once or twice, that would help. But yeah. This is a cool challenge. Is this an optional one or a mandatory one? That's a question that I'm asking myself as we start this up. Is this one on the critical path? I feel like we skipped a good number of the at your directive, killer. Skipped a good number of the, like, hard as balls bonus levels. Ah! Good work, Eve. We'll play it when it comes around, though. Keep in mind, a lot of people in queue tonight. A lot of people in queue, but we'll get around. Certainly will get around. I'll say, like, over this last week, I think the vision, since I got the contacts out, right? I was kind of hoping that the contacts coming out, like the big contacts bandage that they put over the recovering eyeballs. I was hoping that once that came out, it would just, like, immediately clear out, but it didn't, because, like, oh, actually the eyeballs had gotten used to the bandage contact lens, like, before that happened, apparently, before it came out, so that wasn't a big thing. You're at the end of the line. Look at the other corner there. There's 14 levels in queue. Kind of a lot, I know. I'm sorry, you know, the queue gets backed up. Remember that there's both a Twitch and a YouTube, so people submitting on both sides. Ah! At this point, I gotta imagine that someone submitting right now probably will be during the lightning round, but you know, that's a good thing. By the time that happens, the speed of the stream will speed up precipitously, and that's fun. This is a fun bit, by the way. I know This is a real good... Ah, again!
Oh no!
Real good, platform level. That's right, I am popular. This is a really cool platform level. You're just gonna join us a different stream, no offense. None taken. Do whatever you gotta do. I understand. You know, I'll say again, I'll always say it's a good problem to have. Too many levels in queue. That means a lot of people have levels to submit, a lot of people are ready to go. I'll say people who aren't present, their levels will have less time spent on them. And also the speed at which we go through levels will speed up later on. But, you know, yeah. Feel like this time. You can come back later. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Or just keep an eye on chat. Keep an eye on chat. I will at you when your turn is up. You know, that's, that happens. There's ways, you know? My number one recommendation is tune in at the very start, you know? 6 p.m. Central. Get in there, like, as soon as the stream is starting, and you'll be, you know, pretty early in the stream. And that's good. Oh, I wish I had taken some eye drops before we started. Thought about it. And then I forgot, and, now it's a little bit itchy. I might take a break between some of these levels to just pop some in real fast. Hopefully that's, fine and good. I'm not taking them that often now, I'll say. Like, I take them once or twice a day. The moisturizing eye drops. I take the daily steroid ones more, and I'm required to do that because you can't just stop steroid drops, apparently. Like, once you start those, you've got to keep going and, like, taper off, or else you can really fuck up your eyes. So, you know. Hey, gamer... What's that name? I didn't... Gamer Reaper, there we go. Again, new eyes, trying to adjust. My understanding is that the other type of LASIK can, like, be, like, more good to go a little faster. This kind of LASIK that I got, No Cut LASIK, has a longer recovery time, which, I was braced for. I just wasn't expecting it to be like, oh, when you say that, you mean like, oh, you'll basically be good to go in like a weekend. But like for full vision, maybe more like a couple weeks, maybe more like a week or two. But you'll be good enough to go to work at that point, you know? Which is a surprise. I'll say this type of LASIK has like fewer long-term repercussions. And I'm told like, oh, you know, basically, the thing is, like, usually LASIK, they peel back your a part of your eye. They make a flap, right? And then they make a flap, and then they cut below the flap. But with this kind, they just cut directly on it. And, you know, as a result, it can be a little bit more painful of a recovery, and also, you gotta wait until the surface heals, like, properly before you can see 100%. But, I'm told it has fewer long-term consequences. That's right. It leaves a scar on your eyes that weakens your eyeball, that's right. Whereas this, long-term, is better for me. And I'm told my eyeballs are basically indistinguishable, or they will be once they heal, from, like, you know, natural eyeballs, you know. My eyeballs are now fake as shit, but anyone looking at them, you know, doctor-wise, will be like, oh, you got some big, juicy naturals in there. Like, those are just big natural beauties you got there. My god, they're just, you know, exactly what the doctor's looking... Fucking hell. Exactly what they're looking for. I'm told, like, pilots apparently do this. Because, you know, if you do this kind of LASIK, they can't tell that you had LASIK at all. Unless they looked at your social media and saw, like, you know, 3 years of streaming with glasses on. Let's say, for sake of example. I'm not planning to become a pilot. I'm not Nathan Fielder. That's, not in my agenda. My God. I have a, you know how I do. Yeah, Lark Party puts it well. Regular LASIK has no recovery time, but you have a scar in your eye. I already read that, didn't I? I'm just reading it again because there's like, oh God, we're at 2 lives. We're gonna have to beat this motherfucker quick. Yeah, read your lives. I am. I can see that. I can read the lives. It is... No!
Oh no!
This is a big font, the lives are. The lives are big, and I can read them. Actually, I'll say, like, everything in Mario Maker is big enough where I can read them. You know. I was playing Doom the other day, and I was just thinking, like, oh, this looks sharp as hell. Like, I can see the hell out of... Wow! Fuck.
Oh no!
I can see the hell out... Ah! There's no life zero. Fuck, we were doing really good there. And this is a mandatory level, so back in, I'll say, because how this works, you know, I don't think we can have checkpoints refreshing our lives once we get back down to last tries, but we're gonna make a real go of this. We need to probably tell me if I'm heading into a hard level and I need to refresh the lives before we actually, like, start doing tries. I don't know, maybe we had, like, near full tries when we started this. I did die a lot of times on this level, truth be told. Anyway, you know, I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm feeling good right now, and, you know, if anything, my main anxiety the last few days has been like, oh, what if I can't read chat? Like, that's my big issue, you know? I've been going, I went into the office yesterday, I've been driving, I've been managing just fine other than, you know, not being able to read a road sign that's a little far away, which, I'll be honest, sometimes I couldn't do that anyway with previous prescriptions of glasses, road signs, though, then I got a new prescription and I could read them just fine, you know, or okay-ish. You know, that's maybe more of a... It's a solvable problem, I know. But, like, it's coming along. I'm happy to have done it. And I'm just hoping now that, like, okay, Switch 2 next week. I'm hoping to be 100% done. I'm looking at chat, 06 high. That's upside... Is that upside down or some crap? I cannot read that at all. Those aren't words. It's cheating if it's not words. Let me see. End the timer. And get the lives up. I can't read upside down. I can't read upside... You know what? I'm reading most of this chat, you know? Read your lives. Quite a unique boss arena. Oh, 0. Thanks. You know, I can read all that. Upside down text, I can't, I don't even know where to begin on a good day. I can't, I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. I don't got that. I don't got that in me. I missed my thing.
Oh no!
Please say words. Please say words. You know, right now, chat, it can be hard enough to read it. Like, it's a little bit, I'll say right now. I am wondering, like, you know, when I look at thin text, it kind of has like a, what's the word? It kind of looks a little bit like, not quite fuzzy, but like there's 2 of them, you know? Kind of like that. I think that might be something... That might be the thing of, like, glitching text. Okay. That might be that thing of, like, what's it called when you're... I have a little bit, my previous subscription was slightly, what's it called when your glasses have to have like a slight tilt to them or some crap? There's like your vision stuff, and you also can be a little bit... Sorry, but things are good now. I am wondering if they got all the, God, I forget that word. That word that means, like... A word that, like, a glasses doctor told me, like, a few years ago, like, oh, your eyes are a little bit something or other now, in addition to being, like, fucked up in the normal way. I forget that word, but... I got a little bit of that going on as well. You know what? We'll refresh the lives. I'm feeling kind. I'm feeling generous. We got here. That's half the battle. And the other half is fighting this boss, which I'll say this is a really cool boss arena. You are right. It's really cool how the specific blocks just vary since they are on different cycles. And, you know, that really changes the constitution of the arena based around, like, which ones are popping in and which ones are sinking to the bottom. We did it! Clean. Now we just have to make it to the little box. Hey, Lord Bowser. Thank you, Killer. That was rad. Yeah, I just got LASIK. Last week. Over a week ago. Just over a week ago. That's why there was no stream last week. Or on Tuesday. Definitely was not ready to stream on Tuesday. Next up is Robotic, who, I don't think I've seen Robotic in a minute. Robotic, do confirm. Chat's been moving pretty fast, and I'm zoomed in a little bit. Maybe I need to scroll up to, like, account for that. What's it called? Vision. Words for bad vision. Astigmatism. Astigmatism, that's right. I feel like when I look at text, it looks a little bit like astigmad. You know, like that's sort of what's going on rather than a strict blurriness. And I am wondering now, like, did they catch all the astigmatism when they were doing the LASIK? I don't know. I should ask, maybe. I'm not 100% sure about that. I'm feeling like it'll get better, given time. Or maybe the eyes will just adjust. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, my hope is just that it's good enough for, like, when I go on vacation in the near future. You know, I go to the beach, everything will be cool and chill when I go and do beach time and all that. That's coming up. You know, in like 2 months. Epic Universe in like 3 months. So, I gotta be ready for all that crap. Maybe more like 1.5 and 2 at this point. It's like the end of May. Yeah, like 3 for Epic Universe and like 1.5 for beach time. What place are you now? You are still pretty far near the end, but we haven't moved that much. Robotic, please confirm. If Robotic does not confirm, it will be a sudden death. Let me scroll up and make sure that Robotic hasn't chatted in a minute. Not that I can tell. Eye test right now, go. As you know, I like to prepare images. I prepared this image right here, right now. And let me put it on the TV and let me full screen it, just like my preview on the TV. Do a full screen preview on the TV. And I'll say, here's where I'm at with the eye test right now. With TV situation, full screen on TV, it's about maybe 6 to 8 feet away. I think I can read all this. FDPLCTEO. It's very readable. Little bit shitty look. It's a little bit like it doesn't look quite right, but I can read it. And I can read the line after that. PEZOLCFTD. That's great. But what about on the preview monitor? What about on the preview monitor? Let's try the last line again, but on the preview monitor, which is also a similar feet away, but is like the size of a 30-inch monitor or something, rather than the thing. I think I can still make it out. PEZOLC or E? F, I think? T. Not quite right, no. Or wait. Oh, I think I missed the last one. That's a D, I think. So, I'm coming along. That's not accurate because you can zoom in. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, how big it's supposed to be. To be clear. Like, it's a lot bigger than the actual poster would be in real life. I'll say, it's like the size of a TV screen. It's supposed to be like the size of a poster, right? And I think even on the preview monitor, it's a little bigger than, it's a little bit bigger than like a 6x9, right? I just grabbed a quick vision test just to, like, run through, and I'll say, like, I didn't know, like, how well it would look. And clearly, I'm also probably more close than I should be, but in this quick test, like, I can see decently enough. At least things that aren't too small. You know? And again, I'll say, like, it does look a little bit like ass, and a little bit like I have to puzzle it out a little bit to figure out what it is. You know? Does LASIK give you the best eyes? Long term, they should. That's what the doctor said. And I'll say, you know, I believe. It's sort of a more long term with no cut LASIK. I'll say also, though, when he was, like, doing the tests and stuff, you know, no matter what lens is used on my right eye, it cannot do detail very well. No matter what lens used, like, the bottom stuff is just indecipherable no matter the lens, so it's always just going to be a little bit weaker than the left eye. And that might be like a brain thing or something. I don't know why that is, but my right eye does not like to see good. But that's fine. My left eye is the main one, I think. Apparently there's... I can't know that for sure, even though it's better at seeing than the other eye. Like, that is not strictly confirmed. I probably should have made it smaller. Shouldn't I have done? Okay, let me switch back to the thing. Switch back to here. Yeah, so it's impossible for me to test with, like, you know, that crap because I don't know how big it's supposed to be or how far I'm supposed to be away from it. All I can tell you is that I can't play Clair Obscur yet. But, like, Doom is 100% good because you don't have to read for Doom. You just have to kill dudes. And I can see those dudes just fine. And Mario Maker is turning out also to be excellent. The fonts are nice and big. I don't see robotic, so let's go ahead and sudden death then. Right? No robotic? I don't see robotic. Yeah. HQHC3K W. Now this is the real vision test. Are those two G's? I think they're two G's. They could... They are? But the code didn't work. What am I to do here? HQH, yep. C3K WGG. Try substituting some letters around? Bro got banned? What? That's unlikely. If that happened, I've never seen it. Robotic's been around before. And I just let me look through light courses just to see if we can find robotic in there, like from last week or something. I'm hoping that robotic's name is robotic. I can read these names. I'll assure you, I can read them. Robotic 64, here we go. And I'm not sure which one it is, but let's just choose, this one's gotta be it, right? The first one's an N rather than an H. Very good. Okay. We got it. We got it, folks. Go to balloon? I don't know what you mean, go to balloon. Got a text message. Apartment complex wants people to stop leaving their children unattended. People leave their children unattended all the time here. It's very annoying. A whole fucking pack of children came up, rolled up to my door, and rang the doorbell. I looked out through the little thing at them and went, I'm not dealing with this shit. What the fuck? There's like 20 kids there. What the fuck is going on with that? Fuck that shit. That's very annoying, and I'm not gonna deal with it. Well, enough said. Yeah, the WGG part was right, indeed. This is a nice level. Nothing wrong with this level. And indeed, this looks like the kind of level that we can do, even in sudden death! That was a pit, but, we didn't die. I don't think we are going to die. I think we're going to get through clean. Two lives or not, this level is, doable. Case in point. There we go. Fun. First try, let's go. Oh, yeah. Let me hit complete, and we'll pull up the next one. Rock Party, go ahead and confirm. Rock Party, go ahead and confirmed. Locked in, indeed. We got a lot of cards tonight. Let's continue truck. I'll say, lightning round at 8 o'clock. Let me start a 1-hour timer right now. It's about 7 o'clock. We'll start the lightning round around an hour from now. Round about. Here's another card. Follow up on the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. On the birthday stream 2 weeks ago, I talked about how I really wanted to get a Retroid Pocket, I have to do this. There we go. A Retroid Pocket Flip 2, which is a retro handheld, that is pretty goddamn powerful. Really has like a nice Snapdragon in there. Basically is an Android device that can handle pretty much anything, you know, south of GameCube 100%, but also can handle a good amount of like Wii games, and even some Switch games, in theory, you know. Personally, I don't need it for that. I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a Nintendo Switch, too. I'm covered as far as Switch games go. That, to me, is just code for it can handle a lot of stuff. So, after that stream, I ordered it on, like, the Sunday after. And I also ordered a couple other things, like some nice grips and a sticker to cover up an annoying design thing on the back of the doodad. And I'll say, I have gotten the grips, I have gotten the sticker. The Retroid itself, though, after nearly 2 weeks of shipping, is not here yet. I'm quite bummed about that. I've been, like, refreshing the goddamn tracker to just go like, okay, it had come all the way here from China, but where is it? It landed in America last Saturday, and it just had no notifications, no updates until last night, at which point it said like, it's in Chicago, or it's in Illinois. It wasn't in Chicago, it was in Illinois. And I was just like, oh, I'm in Texas. So that's the wrong side of the country. You know, it took 3 business days to get from New York to Chicago. What the hell? I guess when you don't pay for the good shipping, you know, you can't expect it to be fast. Oh, fuck. Anyway, thank you for the Twitch follow. Small Magic. You weren't following Small Magic? I've seen you around lots of times, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't matter. Thank you anyhow. I've been waiting for that to arrive, and it hasn't yet. Hoping it arrives over the weekend. I would love to get that set up and, you know, get that all set up and stuff. Apparently, it is a bit of a long setup process. You know, you gotta get all the emulators set up and choose all the best ones, configure them, and try to get them working with as much stuff as possible. And that sounds like a real hell of a thing. And I would love to be able to do that on a day where I don't have to work. You know, and I also would love to do it before I get the Switch 2. Those are 2 things that come to mind with this little device, you know. I'm excited for it, but, you know, it's gonna be awkward if it arrives, like, same day as the Switch 2, for instance. Like, that's awkward, man. I got other things to do that day. Like, please get to me before I'm in Switch 2 mode. Please, please, please. So that's what's going on with there. I don't have it yet. I can't show it off. I can't give first impressions. I have been watching a lot of, like, videos about it, just because I'm in a mood right now where it's just, oh, I want this thing so bad. I just want to see it. So a YouTube video that just, like, shows games being played on it and, like, you know, tantalizing, like, a look at the device is just, like, right what I'm looking for right now, and that is, you know, helping to dull the thing. The drive. Let me see. Is there any update right now? Let me check the shop dealie. I also ordered some Yetis, and apparently the Yetis went to the same place like a day before the Retroid Pocket did. So I feel like the shirts are going to arrive, and then the next day the Retroid is going to arrive. So and the shirts haven't arrived yet. So, you know, that's hang on. I'm looking at the thing. Okay, hang on. Update. Friday. 1744. What the fuck does that mean? That means 5:44. It arrived in Grand Prairie, Texas. Okay, excellent. Does that mean it can be delivered tomorrow? Oh, I am hoping it gets delivered tomorrow. Okay, that's makes me feel good. Okay, we'll see about that. If I could get this thing set up over the weekend, maybe I could do a stream of it or something. You know, like under the document cam, just show it off and show what I get running on it. I'll say like, a lot of those big name, a lot of those big name, like, retro handheld people, they're a little bit shy about showing certain games from a certain developer on account of, you know, you don't fuck with Nintendo. And, like, yeah, I'll be honest, a lot of what I want to play here is Nintendo, you know. So, I don't know, like, how much I can realistically show and how interesting that would be, but I'm excited for this device, and if I do a stream before the Switch 2 stream, it would be a Retroid Pocket stream just to get that out of the way and to, like, you know, give it its day in the sun before the Switch just sort of blows it out the water, you know? The weekly trial of this level. That's right, this is the weekly trial of this level. You know, while we're just playing this level, let me just do another card related to the Retroid Pocket Flip, which is that I've been making a retro game collection for said Retroid (legal). That's right, I've been working on backing up / finding backups that apparently I made, you know, 20 years ago and forgot about, haha. Including the likes of Cubivore, which I lost. I said before I lost my copy of Cubivore, I don't know how long ago, but apparently I made a backup of it because I have one, and that's legal. Because what else is a backup for but playing it after you've lost it in I don't know where. There's a copy of Mario Party 6 in the Cubivore box. I don't know where the fuck that went. Somehow I made a copy of it before it got lost at, like, Best Buy or something, or Blockbuster, and, you know, that's fun and good. I will say I bought Cubivore back in the GameCube era. It's mine. I've been also looking at getting a bunch of, like, PlayStation 1 and 2 games, legally, and, you know, taking recommendations for, like, the consoles that I never had, so that I can put them all on this new device and, try out games like Ape Escape and, Jak and Daxter, and, some Dreamcast games. Legally. Can't stress enough, these are legal backups. And if anyone asks, that is true. Okay? Okay. Of course, I am sourcing these in a legitimate manner. Anywho, just going around and getting a whole bunch of those all nice and sorted into folders. And I didn't use my... I went with fresh backups as much as I could, rather than just pulling out of a folder backups that I've had since I was a kid. Wait, yeah, backups I've had since I was a kid. Legally, of course. I decided to use new ones because I figured, like, you know, let's just not... I'm sure I just backed up a lot of stuff that I didn't even really want, and, like, if I want to have something on this thing, I want to actually want it. You know, I want it to be good, but basically started off with, like, 10 PlayStation games, 10 PS2, 10 of, like, a lot of things, and then basically over time expanded it out to be like, okay, well, give me 25 GameCube. Actually, you know what, give me another 5. Yeah, go up to 30. Let's go up to 35 GameCube games. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I should get legally copies of the Capcom 5 or Capcom 4 or that whole crap. That'd be great if Mario Party 6 would be on GameCube Expansion Pass. I absolutely backed up legally my copy of Mario Party 6 for you know, the thing. I have 2 copies of Mario Party 6. I've only backed up the one, but I assure you it is quite on the up and up. So, spent a bunch of time this weekend, like, just looking at a certain shop, legally, and just browsing and going like, okay, which of these games do I want? Do I want to get funny with it and include games like, you know, Superman 64? No, fuck that. I decided fuck that. I decided to not get bad games. I'm pretty sure I didn't get any bad games. I might have gotten one. I feel like there was one bad game that I was looking at and going like, I should get that one. I mean, I did back up my copy of Shadow the Hedgehog, which is a bad game, for sure. I'll say, another thing about this whole retro handheld situation, Android retro handheld situation, one of the weird things about it, when you hear that it can handle Switch, it can handle Wii U, it can handle a lot of things, you think like, oh, it can handle basically everything. But the weird limitation with a lot of this crap is that it's basically down to how well the emulators are on the platform, right? For instance, as far as Android goes, right? As far as Android goes, checkpoint, hell yeah. As far as Android goes, there's no such thing as an Xbox 360 emulator on Android. So, you know, despite the fact that you can do Wii U on Android, you can't do Xbox 360. You can do PlayStation 3 somehow. Like, there is an Android PlayStation 3 emulator, of all things, despite that being apparently the hardest thing to emulate. You know, it took people, like, decades to get it right, basically. They have that, but not 360, which is weird to me, but, whatever. You know, that PlayStation one probably doesn't work so good anyway. Holy crap! This is the first time we got over here! You do take a big jump. You do take a big jump. And then I didn't catch the next platform. That's progress, folks. Try Woolly World on Wii U. Fuck, I should. I'm open to suggestions, by the way. If anyone wants to suggest games for me to get in a legal fashion, you know, please just go ahead and say so in chat. Remind me in tomorrow. Woolly World, question mark? For Wii U? Okay. Make suggestions, comment them if you like. I am looking to make a nice, tidy little collection and have it all be available. And, you know, I would love it if, like, you know, the weird thing about these, right, is that with the Retroid Pocket, it has, like, a Snapdragon thing in there, right? But it's not the most powerful one of those that exists. The most powerful one is the Odin 2, which isn't a clamshell design for what it's worth. And the clamshell design is a lot of the reason why I gravitate to this particular design. But, you know, with the way the emulators are kind of the bottleneck, extra performance doesn't get you very much. Which is sort of the weird thing about this, right? Like, if they come up with a better handheld in, like, 2 years, right? Like, it would have to be ergonomics and other things that were improved, rather than just, like, the emulation quality, because, like, no, yeah, they're kind of topped out. More or less, as far as, like, what sort of performance you can get out of Wii U games, you know, and PlayStation 3, unless the emulation gets better, which it probably will do, which is really interesting. Like, oh man, like, if someone were to put an Xbox emulator out on these things, right, like an Xbox 360 emulator, like, that just opens up a whole generation of, like, oh my god, no one's ever thought about, you know, having these available on the go, Xbox 360 games, but now they can be. Okay, we're getting it, we're getting it! You added like 800 games to your NES Classic? Hell yeah, dude. Nice. That's a great collection. Really happy for you, Barnstormer. Should I say names when people say comments like that? Anonymous viewer who, I'm sure, obtained those all in a legal fashion, as I am doing, yes. No one can prove otherwise. You know, I'll say I have had a lot of those games forever. You know, I didn't have to, like, reacquire or acquire at all many of these games, to be clear. I've had them, and I've even had backups of some of them, you know. Clearly, you need MGS4. I need all the MGS games. I'm thinking I wanna wait until Delta before I play an MGS game for the first time, but you know, like, after I play Delta, like, yeah, why not play 1 and 2 portable style, and then, yeah, 4, I guess, would follow that naturally. I've seen playthroughs. I've seen Metal Gear Scanlan. I've watched playthroughs of all those games, so I know the plot and all them, and all that. But, you know, never played them, so Delta. Well, I'm planning on doing a full Delta playthrough on stream. So that'll be fun. On some level with some of these retro games, I do wonder if, like, oh, should I be playing these portable style? Timer's up. Time for lives. Should I be playing these portable style, or should I, like, have this be, like, stream content, right? Like, should I have it so the first time I try Ape Escape, I'm on stream and you could see me on camera and going like, oh, so this is Ape Escape. This is fun. You know, something like that. Maybe? I don't know. Would y'all be interested in seeing me play, like, PlayStation 2 games for the first time? Is that good content? God of War, the original? Jak and Daxter, that sort of thing? I think I might have played Crazy Taxi at some point, but I don't remember it. There was, like, a GameCube port, right? And I probably rented it at one point. The GameCube version. Who remembers, right? The rental era is all murky. The only thing I can remember of like, games I rented is... I can remember 3 games clearly. I rented a Tom and Jerry game for SNES that was awful. I rented, San Francisco Rush 2048, which I really hated. I didn't like that game at all. I was really excited for it based off Nintendo Power and just... didn't understand, like, what the hell, how it was supposed to be fun when I actually got my hands on it. You know, just really despised it, honestly. And I remember getting Beautiful Joe, or renting Beautiful Joe once, and it was, like, fine? I don't remember, specifically. We ran out of tries. Thank you for levels. Make suggestions and comments in the Discord. I'm open to them all. You know, I'll say I do want to add games in like increments of 5, and on some systems I look at, you know, I look at legitimate marketplaces and go like, I don't know, I can find another 5 that I really, really, really want. Like, I feel like I've gotten like pretty much everything down pat. Thank you for the level rock party. Let's go ahead and bring up the next one. Let me hit this miss. And yeah. S2 is chillin'. S2 is chillin'. Have you said anything in a minute? You might want to check to make sure you got in queue, Rock Party. You submitted right as I was hitting dismiss on the game side. S2, you are up. Don't think S2 has chatted in a minute, so put that into chat. Yeah, you might want to submit again, Rock Party. Let me refresh and just make sure. Ah, you're good. You're good. Okay, you're fixed. Good. Okay. Hard to say when it's you know that tight. Next card is related to the Retroid as well. I'm gonna set up more than just retro games. By the way, let me hit. Oh, S2 is chilling. You're up. Go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna set up more than just retro games on this thing. On this thing. The thing is, with the thing that's interesting about the Retroid Pocket, as an Android device, it can handle a lot more than just retro games. You know, obviously, it can handle like more intense, bigger games, like I've covered and like I've said. But it can also handle like things such as Xbox Remote Play, which I discovered is a thing. Basically, you can stream from your Xbox, your local Xbox, so no latency or anything, directly to a device. And you could do that with this thing, so that sounds fucking great. Basically, this thing becomes a gamepad for the Xbox, which means I can play Clair Obscur on it. I can play Doom on it. I'm really hoping once I get this thing, like, this is how I'm going to get through Clair Obscur. This is how I'm going to find the time. You know, anytime I'd spend grinding on this thing, I'm going to, you know, anytime spent grinding on this thing, I'm going to, trying to put it into words. Whenever there's grinding to be done where there's no story going on, like, yeah, absolutely, go portable mode with that shit. And then, like, watch Nathan For You or whatever. Been watching Nathan For You. I'm almost done with it, so probably not so much in the future. I'll watch YouTube and stuff and play Clair Obscur, and I think that'll be lovely. And that also means that all the Game Pass games that exist... Hello, Wire Strauss, how you doing? All the Game Pass games that exist, like, oh my god, those just became a lot more like Switch games. I can just play them whenever I want on the couch while watching TV. I don't even have to turn it to the Xbox. I don't have to give up the ability of watching Nathan For You in a nice full screen manner. Like, that sounds wonderful. There's also Android games that you can try, and also some degree of like, there's a Android PC emulator called WinLater, and apparently there's a thing that uses WinLater and your Steam library to get your actual Steam games and actual cloud saves onto your thing. And apparently it has like a 2% success rate. You know, like most games aren't going to run on an $200 Android device, you know, through an emulation layer. But I'll say I have heard that UFO 50 runs great, and that was my number 3 game of last year, so fuck, it's worth installing it just for UFO 50, I think. That's lovely. That's great. Did I... Oh, there's a 3. It's a 3, not a 2. It's just worth it just for UFO 50, and you know, I'll also see like, okay, wait, what's wrong now? DSP, OSP. Again, level codes as a reading test. Excuse me for struggling a bit. You know, also, just like native Android games apparently work great, so if you want to play like the Android version of Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever, like, yeah, that's a perfectly fine way to play those. And like, you know, it is like very clearly like Nintendo DS shaped, except for the lack of a dual screen situation. But also you can see that those aren't like circle nubs, those are actual sticks recessed into the device, so it should be nice for the purposes of, like, dual stick gameplay, actually. I'm a little concerned about the Wii U layout there. I'll say, like, if I had my preferences, I'd say, like, set it up like this. Set it up like, you know, Xbox style. And also, maybe, in addition to it being Xbox style, maybe add, like, a couple extra buttons so that, like, N64 games would be less awkward. I don't know. I don't know if it's really worth adding extra buttons, but I feel like extra buttons would just be handy for the purposes of like, oh yeah, you need a menu button. Here it is. Oh, you want a back button and it doesn't have one by default? Okay, go ahead. Use the extra buttons that we gave you. I don't know. They made like a classic handheld that has like 6 buttons, like Genesis style, and I think that looks really nice. You know, if I was, you know, more interested in Genesis games, I would have gotten both, I think. You know, but, or if it had like a stick for the purposes of like N64 games, like that would be a perfect N64 machine. Like a Game Boy Classic size device that has like 6 face buttons and a stick and a D-pad, like, oh my god, and some triggers on the back. Like, that would be the perfect N64 machine, but it's not quite that, so I didn't order it. Really thought about it after I put in my order, like, oh man, should I have gotten that as well? Should I have gotten the discounts? And, feel like it's too late now. I don't know. Maybe eventually they'll pull out one that's, like, better for N64 stuff in that Retroid Classic mold. S2 is chilling. I don't see S2 is chilling in chat. And I don't see, and we did our 2 lives. So I think that's where we have to end this one. Let me take a drink of water. Anyway, I'm hoping that arrives tomorrow. The Retroid, again, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I am so excited to get it. I'll say, like, I have, you know, I've been watching a lot of reviews. I've heard things about its ergonomics. Some people don't like certain things about it. I'm hoping this grip helps to alleviate some of that stuff. They don't like the thing on the back. I got the sticker for that. And, like, people say that the sound can be a little bit tinny. For a $200 device, that makes sense, but it has Bluetooth, so if ever I want to listen to sound on the device, I'll just use my earbuds. You know, it's not a big deal. Honestly, I probably would prefer to be muted unless I specifically wanted sound, which I don't usually when playing games like handheld style and watching things on the couch. Like, that's not a deal breaker for me. Maybe we'll do a stream of that, like, Monday, Tuesday next week. Let's say Monday. If we're gonna do it, it's gotta be Monday because I am not doing a stream the day before Nintendo Switch midnight release. No way. If I have it all ready to go by Monday, maybe we'll see. Keep an eye out on the Discord for updates there. Thank you, S2 is chill, and let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Wire Strauss just said hello. Perfect timing, Wire Strauss. You are here and present, and that is great. Final thoughts on the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I'm excited for this thing. I think it could be like a little bit better in a lot of ways. I think like the sticks could be better positioned, but like for a $200 device, for it to handle basically anything, I feel like my biggest hang-up is like, I wish Xbox 360 emulation was better on, like, the thing. You can install Rocknix, like a Linux on there, and with Linux you can do Xbox emulation, Xbox original emulation, or, you know, some other emulators that aren't on Android. To be fair, X, not K. Okay, sorry. I just got LASIK. Excuse me if my vision is, like, still recovering, still getting better. This is all displaced. There we go. Putting in codes is proving to be a bit of a vision test. Better than the actual vision test that I impromptu did, like, mid-stream. But I think I'm proving that I can basically manage it. Can basically manage this. It's no problem. Hopefully by next week, it'll be like, all the way better by then. We'll see. Huh? Is this like a triple jump situation? Let's set the timer and start figuring this thing out. Okay, yeah, I think I have to do a triple jump here. No triple jump. No triple jump. So what is the gimmick then? What's the... Wall kick? Oh, maybe like... I think I got it. Okay, let me try this. Little corner near the platform. Yeah, I was about to say. Like, this.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're getting it. We're figuring it out. Okay, let's go. Anyway, that's really exciting. I'm glad that it's finally in Texas, and even... What am I doing? I'm not thinking. Need to remember to think. Keep on keeping on. I'm so happy it's in Texas now. It's been a long 2 weeks. Hopefully we'll have that all, like, ready to go. Hopefully we'll have that, ready to go. We need to hit the blocks to keep running. I wonder if this is a tight, timer. No, the timer is, the world record is a little bit short of the timer's time, so we have like a 5-second lag at least, 10-second lag at least. I feel like maybe also you need to like do this properly to have it all be timed out properly. I wonder if we just jump up rather than doing the thing I was doing. We'll test that out and figure it out and stuff.
Oh no!
I see. Okay, okay. Getting it. Ugh. I think it'd be really awkward if, like, the stream where I bring home the Switch 2 and unbox it, if I'm also like, oh, by the way, I also got a Retroid Pocket Flip too, but that's not important right now. That's awkward. That's weird. I should try to do a stream before then to really, like, show it off, but we'll see what happens. That's about another card. Yeah, maybe jump off the wall and then the block.
Oh no!
How about another card? Do 10 pull on Pokemon Pocket. Oh, fucking middle of a level right now. Maybe after this one, remind me to do a 10 pull on Pokemon Pockets. Don't worry about it, Shard. Remind me to do a 10 pull after this level, because they got that new expansion. It seems, fine. I don't know. I feel like I've been hearing less and less about Pokemon Pocket as time has gone on and they've done more and more expansions. It's like moving so fast that I cannot keep up, you know, and like by the time I'm, you know, getting the next expansion is out by the time I'm like just finishing up the previous one, getting to the point where I'm interested in the cards that I got, and at this point I'm kind of just not interested in the cards that I got. Like, I barely know about the EXs from last time, and I have not even watched a single video like this time about there we go.
Oh no!
Okay. I haven't even watched a single video this time, about, like, what EXs are new. I know that the deadly beasts are the gimmick this time, and that's fine, that's a good gimmick. I don't know exactly what that means, other than some cards have text that say deadly beast on them, and then there seems to be some other cards that synergize with them. I don't know.
Oh no!
That all seems fine. I'll say, like, the great thing about Pokemon Pocket is that even if you're, like, basically out of it, you can't continue getting your dailies done, no matter what. Just, like, log in every day and just, you know, hit the buttons. Take my free packs, take my, thing. Hey, ease mode, yeah. And you are quite a ways behind, yeah. Take my free packs, continue on my way, yada, yada, yada.
Oh no!
Yeah, we've had some slow levels. I'll say the lightning round will start in 20 minutes, roundabout, so, you know, the pace will improve, will speed up, tremendously in the near future. Talk about some other games I've been playing. Yeah, let's talk about another game I've been playing. Oh, well, Switch 2. That's right, I forgot that there's a whole block of, I think the Pokemon one was supposed to be between the games I've been playing segment, not before the Switch 2 segment. Yeah, next week's the Switch 2! Speaking of exciting hardware, the fucking Switch 2 is gonna be next week. I am really excited. You know, the Switch has been a wonderful, like, best of, all-time device. You haven't gotten your pre-order from Nintendo? I still got 2 pre-orders locked down. Yeah, going to a GameStop at launch, that seems to be the way. I got 2 pre-orders locked down still. I haven't canceled my Walmart one, but I'm planning on getting it at GameStop. I'm thinking right now, unless a coworker tells me, like, oh, I'll take a spare, you know, unless a coworker tells me that and, you know, agrees to pay costs, you know. Unless a coworker tells me that, I'm going to, I'm probably gonna cancel it, like, right as soon as I get my hands on the GameStop copy, just to be, you know, 100% safe that I got one. You know, in case GameStop shits the bed or something. or Walmart shits the bed alternatively. You hear horror stories about people's pre-orders getting canceled on them, and I do worry about that. And, you know, I just hope everything arrives in a timely manner. I got a GameCube controller coming as well, and, you know, that's all really exciting.
Oh no!
That's all really exciting, and I'm really excited for all that to come together. You know, the Switch 1 has been a great device, but a mite bit underpowered, you know? Like, there's a lot of games that just don't perform well at all on Switch, and that's just been a problem since the very beginning. And it seems like with the Switch 2, they've done a lot of work to make it so, like, you know, A, it's powerful enough to handle whatever. You know, B, it has enough, like, new technology, like, also built in, such that, you know, it has a ray tracing thing on top of everything else, you know? It has, like, upscaling stuff so that it can look really good even if the resolution below the scenes is actually lower than, you know, in order to get good performance out of it. Like, they've done a lot to make this thing really, really shine, and I think this is gonna be, like, the device to have over the next 2 years, you know? For current games, I think it's going to be the device that aren't on Game Pass and also, you know,
Oh no!
aren't retro. To be clear, you know, I'm looking at this retro handheld and I'm excited for it, but also, like, you know, if any GameCube games that's on the actual Switch 2, like, yeah, I'd rather play it on the Switch 2 than play it on, you know, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2, but there's a lot of games that aren't going to be on GameCube Online at first, and there's also a lot of games that, like, you know, you can't do randomizers on, like, actual Switch 2 hardware, of course. So, like, you know, I can do that in the case of, the Retroid Pocket Flip 2. Some of the stuff I have prepared for that is just like, yeah, I generated 5 randomizer seeds. Paper Mario, Metroid Fusion, Minish Cap, God, what was the other? I'm forgetting. I feel like I'm forgetting 1 or 2 of them. I made a Metroid Prime 2 one. Was it Wind Waker? I think it might have been Wind Waker.
No!
Maybe not. I forget what the last one was, but there's definitely 5 ready to go, so I can try some randomizer stuff on the go, and that sounds fun. I'm really goddamn excited for this thing. I'm thinking that the mouse support is going to be really cool and allow for, like, you know, games that would be better on PC to be actually better on like, you know, I'm a big, like, console gamer first guy, right? I like a controller. And, like, other than the case of like, Team Fortress 2, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, those specific games, I prefer to just have a controller and be on the couch. I've been playing that way with Doom. Doom has been strictly a controller game for me, and I'm really enjoying it for that. Doom the Dark Ages. I like how you can use the mouse on your legs. Oh, yeah. Like, you know, I use the mouse at my couch a lot already, you know, I often, like, do stuff from the couch. Recently, I got a wireless keyboard. I got a bunch of wireless keyboards that I'll just, like, put on my lap and I'll, you know, I'll write stuff from the couch, or, like, do the, a lot of stream busy work type stuff from the couch because it's just so much more comfortable, so, like, I'll say, like, I am already on board with mouse stuff on couch. Like, I do that already. It works great. You don't have to worry about it. Welcome to the club, everyone. You're gonna love it, actually. I'm excited for that. Excited for... I believe I have cards, actually, for specific games I'm excited about. You are accelerating right before the block. And I feel like I've missed it enough times just for doing it blind style that, I don't know. Timer's up. Let's go ahead and do 5 last tries, and we'll move on to the next. I got more cards, by the way, to talk about specific games. God damn it. Oh! Okay, so what is the deal here? So then... Aha! There we go.
Oh no!
That was as far as we've ever come, but, no banana. Oh, wow, that does work really good. You time it out right.
Oh
We might have to duck to get through that saw situation. What do you think? Ducking?
Oh no!
Okay. Probably ducking. I'm guessing we won't get back out there. I'm just gonna hazard a guess. With our last life, we probably won't manage.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's it. You don't like the Switch 2's key card games? I play eShop exclusively. That doesn't make a difference for me. I'm not a big collector. I mean, I got, you know, as far as like I prefer digital when it's an option. 100%, 100,000%. Like it's not even close. It's just so much more convenient. You know, in addition to the Retroid that I have coming on my way, I also have a thing that lets you do an SD card situation for the GameCube. I got that in the mail. I'm gonna put all my GameCube backups on that, and I'm never gonna have to switch GameCube disc again. It's gonna be great. Hello, Karagam. Ooh, how you doing? Karagami, there we go. I was like Kerrigan, but with an M instead. That's how I thought it was. Let me hit dismiss and get up the next level. Chard is up. I'm gonna take a quick break, pop an eye drop real fast, and then we'll continue on with Chard's level. And Chard is here, by the way. Again, I just got LASIK. Excuse me if I'm like, you know, struggle to read a name, in chat, for instance. This sort of thing comes with the territory. Give me a minute. Camera, I'm over here. Come on, come on. There we go. Got these Systane Ultras. That's what I've been putting in my eye for just like the purposes of wetness. Doctor had me refrigerate them just for, apparently that's not like a medical thing, that's just like they feel better that way when they're nice and cold. So I got this this thing that has like a thermostat on it. It's kind of an insulated drop case, and also you put in like freezy bit guys in there, like that you keep in the fridge or in the freezer, you know, cold packs essentially. And I'm gonna use that to bring my drops to work, since I need to take them like a couple times a day, and maybe also when the eyes need it, you know, just a couple times a day at this point, I'll say. Okay. Let me take a drink, and then we'll play charge level. Always gets, the eye drop stuff kind of gets over my eyes as well, somehow. You know, I get a little bit, gooey up there. You know, my eyelashes are all gooked up, you know? They're all gunked up, you know? They're stuck together and crap. It's not, great. I'm, looking forward to not having to use these some point in the future. Deltarune, chapters 3 and 4 are next week. That's maybe, you know, Mario Kart is the obvious thing, but I'm thinking more about those two chapters and just thinking like, god damn, you know, Deltarune chapter 1 and especially 2 were like two of my favorite experiences of the years that they came out in. You know, 2 especially, I gave Game of the Year in the year that hit. Which in retrospect seems crazy, seems nuts. It's not even a complete game, and I gave it Game of the Year? I don't know, man. I don't know about that, but made sense at the time, and considering just like it was basically an impeccable experience, and I'm hoping Chapter 3 and 4 is equally impeccable. And I'm sort of debating, right? Like, I wouldn't mind playing through that entire thing, like, over again, right? Delta...
Oh, no.
What am I doing? Timer. There we go. That's what we're doing. I wouldn't mind playing through Deltarune all in its entirety, like, from start to finish. But also, I am wondering, like, should I have Chapter 3 be part of the stream? Like, on, launch night? Should we have that be, like, an hour of the stream, just playing part of it? I don't know. How will I know, like, when to cut it off and be like, okay, time to not play the game that's like, this isn't it. This is wrong. I know in my heart that this is just... Yeah, nothing awaits me out here but death.
No.
Yeah, it's so good. It's gonna be good. The wait is almost over. I'm so excited for that. It's... You know, probably like the most exciting game that's not a Nintendo game that is coming out on Switch 2, I'll say. Like, in general, but also, you know, specifically at launch. Though I'll say there are some games I have my eyes on other than that. Like, I heard on a podcast the other day, apparently there's a game where you play as a frog, and it's supposed to be, like, as good, it's supposed to, like, apparently there's a demo of it out on Steam, and it feels like about as good, like, game feel-wise as Mario Odyssey, which sounds super good if it has, like, gameplay and, like, level design chops to like, you know, to match. Like, that could be, like, one of the best games of the year if, you know, based on, you know, my personal preferences, you know. I love a platformer. I love a 2D platformer, especially, like, what the fuck, right? That's another Switch 2 game I'm excited for, but, like, Deltarune, man, that is just the most known quantity that is, like, the most excited I am for a known quantity for the Switch 2. It is a very promising notion. Very exciting, there we go. Oh, we should kill these guys. If you didn't play Deltarune, you should have done, and now is your chance. I will say, you know, it did give me pause when I saw, like, Deltarune's chapters 3 and 4. You know, they cost this much, and I was just like, oh, they cost money? Because the last time they've been free. But, you know, they gotta make money at some point, or else it doesn't make sense.
Oh, no.
I'm so... Do we need to go into the pipe or something? Rather than the... I don't know. Need stages of POW? Gotcha. We need to go in with more than one. I like how there's room to, like, recharge your propeller if you mess up and don't do them optimally. And it's kind of risky. That's just a great design. The door, yes. Gotcha. Shard. Clear Pokies from pipe and go in with the remaining POW charge. Okay, yeah. I can read that. I'll say I already had the YouTube apparently scaled pretty big. Zoomed in pretty far. I didn't have to, like, make it bigger, actually, to see it good. The Twitch, I did have to make bigger, just to be safe. And I made it just about as big as the YouTube is, so... No, it works out. Anyway, I think it's a very exciting launch. I think that I'm really looking forward to next week when I'm really looking forward to launch day. That will be a fun stream. And, dang it!
Oh no!
I'm really looking forward to launch night. That's gonna be a fun stream, I hope. I hope it's a fun stream and not mostly just setup. I think that's gonna be a fun stream. I think it's gonna be a fun time. And, like, I think that there's a lot to look forward to with the Switch, too. And Deltarune in particular. I can do another card. Why not? We're just...
Oh no!
Switch setup is short? Oh, right, yeah, there's been, like, leaks. People have, gotten Switch 2s and set them up. Right, yes. So it's short then, okay. Well, the other question is, like, how long will it take to get all the games that you want on it? You know, the transfer process? How fast is the transfer process? Is that working with the people who have got it early?
Oh no!
System transfer later after the stream. You think? Okay. Yeah, that's probably smart. You know what? We'll do like we are doing like a 2-day thing, right? Like night 1, night 2. After, you know, for Thursday night we can do let's check out Switch 1 games. That's Switch day 2 can be update night. Does that sound kind of boring? Like, oh, we're gonna play some Mario Odyssey and some Mario, some Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, why not? Also, maybe if, like, the GameCube controller arrives on day 1, you know, and not night 1. You know, if the GameCube controller doesn't arrive early, maybe we save the GameCube online for, like, day 2. You can re-download standalone? I mean, you could, but isn't it easier to just do the backup? I mean, if we're just... I mean, I don't want to, like, override my old saves. You know, my old, like, Switch 1... I assume, like, all the, like, Mario Odyssey saves and all that can be very quickly transferred. You know, if not, like, the full... all the games that you've been playing. All the games that you have downloaded. I don't know. Definitely if like, downloading is a question, we should prioritize new games. I'll say that much. And then, prioritize new games, and then, you know, maybe day 2, I think. Get some ones. I was told that the new Civ is just sort of okay. Not really a barn burner, you know. Some people were saying, like, yeah, unless you really like Civ. And I said, like, I haven't played a Civ since, like, Civ 5. And I think that was 2 ago. I think there was a Civ 6, and then, you know, this is 7. Pipe. Okay, pipe. Yes, okay. Nice. That said, like, I would really kind of just want... I think I'd like to get, like, something to test out the mouse with, other than Welcome Tour. And I feel like Civ would be a good, test case for that. You know? What do y'all think? Should I get Civ? I feel like for the purposes of a day 1 stream, right? Like, I should be open to buying things that you otherwise wouldn't buy. Are you gonna play in 4K 60 or, 1440? You mean 4K? Or wait, what? Doesn't really make a difference to me. I feel like, I mean, I guess I have new eyes now. So maybe I will be able to tell the difference between 4K and not 4K pretty soon here. Maybe I will suddenly have an opinion on 4K and just go like, oh, you know, 1080p, I can't really do that anymore. It just looks too bad. But, I'll say I probably tend towards 4K with 60. I'm not a big stickler for frame rates, in general. I'm not the biggest, like, frame rate snob. I'd probably go for the resolution, yeah. Even though I don't know really I would be able to tell the difference. That's just my preference. I feel like it's just, you know, the decision that I have made. I don't know what the deal is here. Oh, there's a guy. Uh-oh. Bad. Right, we've ran into this boss before. I see what we have to do. We have to beep, 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 there. We have to do this and then go into here. Oh right, this keeps going, doesn't it? Right, I remember this bit. I forgot that the lava rised. Yeah, I'll probably do the 60 mode. I mean, for the purposes of the stream, my capture card can only capture 1080. And you know, even in Xbox Series X games, it hasn't really been a concern so far. You know, it's not like Twitch or YouTube really is like allows for that sort of resolution in the first place. I don't know. When it does become real 4K, and you can just watch anything in 4K if you want, just across the board, YouTube, Twitch, everything, and like actual streamers start actually embracing it, I guess I'll upgrade my monitors and get like a, and get like a, and get like a 4K capture card. That's really going to increase the size of a VOD, isn't it? That's, honestly probably not a good thing. I kind of like the size of VODs right now, you know? They're not breaking the bank as far as like my storage capacity goes. I can even like store a bunch of them like just for shits and giggles for reasons, and it's not really like super duper stressing my memory situation. Great level. Ooh, it's 8:03. We have good timing. My watch just started buzzing. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It is 8 o'clock. You know, we could finish talking about Switch 2. You know, I'm gonna give it a little extra tonight. I'm gonna do a few more before the lightning round. Let's finish the conversation on Switch 2. Like, and then we'll go to the lightning round. Does that sound nice to everyone? This is kind of gonna be a long stream, I think, on account of I have so much things to talk about after a week of being away. Granted, I've kind of touched on the three important things: LASIK, Retroid, Switch 2. This is like the third of the three bulky big things to talk about. We brought the clear rate up? Hell yeah. Yeah, we're the fourth person to do it. Let's hit clear and do Barnstormer's level. Barnstormer, please confirm. We'll continue being outside the lightning round. Just for now. But we do have to do these cards. Mario Kart World next week. Mario Kart World, real damn exciting. You know, that's fucking, you know, if there's anything of launch that everyone is excited for, it's Mario Kart World. I'm really curious about a lot of the details that we don't really know. Like if there's more characters that are going to be a surprise to us, like Diddy Kong, or, you know, with so many weird random drones that have appeared so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a couple of the YouTube shorts that I've done the last few days were clips from the birthday stream where I was playing Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and clips specifically where I saw characters and went like, who the fuck is this King Lakitu fella? He should be in Mario Kart. Look at these fucking frogs. This frog that only appears once in this particular galaxy in Mario Galaxy 2. That should be in Mario in the game as well. Like there's just, you know, they could be hiding a lot of stuff. They better have better optimized the character selection screen. I hope so, yeah. It looked kind of disorganized in the preview footage. We can only hope that that's like preview stuff, you know, just like a beta situation. And hopefully you can pick a character and then see all their costumes in one place. That would just make sense. I'm really excited to like do the cups, run around, try out all the modes, play online. I hope that there's like modes in there that like make it so like, oh, you know, when you're playing online, you're not just playing the cups that exist, right? Maybe you can get like a random cup of like, oh, go over here, then over there, and then this way as well. I'm curious what like online modes they have really to facilitate that sort of thing. And excited. Probably added everyone but Rob. I can see that. I bet the cameo characters will take a knee for now. I bet like Link and Animal Crossing and Splatoon, all those characters will not appear. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that. I am betting on DLC for them. I would put a DLC pack for every major franchise, you know. I do a DLC pack where it's like, you know, here's Donkey Kong Island. It's a Donkey Kong Island landmass that gets added on there, and there's 4 to 8 courses on there on Donkey Kong Island. Here's Diamond City from, you know, what are we doing here? This, I think. Oh, okay. That works. Here's Diamond City from Wario, you know? Go ahead and put that in there. I think that they could do a lot to, I feel like we didn't actually need to do break the blocks there. Like, it would have just figured itself out no matter what. Yeah, that was some good jank right there, I agree. I'm curious what they do for DLC. I'm also curious, like, what additional modes they add over time. You know, as far as, like, you know, if there's not modes that, like, give you a random, like, knockout tour to do online, you know, so that you can continue playing and not just see the same 8 knockout tours over and over and over again. You know, if they don't have that now, I'm sure they'll have that eventually, and I think that sort of update over time is really exciting. I'm also curious to see, like, yeah, you know, what are all the online modes like? Do they have any of those features yet at launch? And also just to run around and explore and use all the new gimmicks like the wall running and the various jumps grinding. Like, all that sounds real neat. There was like a good interview that O6I posted to Discord, and I'm sure many people have seen. Good interview from the developers basically, and they talked about literally like, oh, you know, if you're just driving from point A to point B, it can be a little plain, right? So how do you make that fun? And you know, there were YouTube videos on that topic where the YouTuber in question was like, is this fun? You know, and that was the thumbnail. It looked real clickbaity, but, you know, I did find it interesting to see the developers actually did consider that and put in the work. Apparently what they're saying is like, oh no, they figured out like, okay, well, to make it fun, we focused on giving a lot of things to do, even while you're just going straight, you know, there's walls around. Consider how those can play into your thing. You know, there's also rails to grind on. You know, there's interesting additional stuff to play with at all times in Mario Kart Tour, or Mario Kart World. I keep on confusing the two. In Mario Kart World, and that is just, I'm excited, and I think that this probably will be the best Mario Kart. I feel like this Mario Kart is like the most inventive Mario Kart there's ever been, and that's just, it goes without saying, that's impressive, that's exciting, that's, you know, I'll say, like, I feel like I didn't love Mario Kart until, like, Mario Kart DS, At which point, you know, the Mario Karts from there on out were good enough where I could play them, or accessible enough where I could play them. 64 and SNES just never really clicked with me. I was never really good at them, never really figured out, like, how to go around corners properly, you know, that sort of thing. And Double Dash, I only rented it, so I didn't really get that much time with it. But I really loved DS. And, you know, from then on, they were pretty good. And then Deluxe and 8 were just, moi. You know, 8 as it grew and became, like, the massive game, having every course. My god, that was just... How could you beat that? And they came up with an answer, which was make it open world. It's very different now. Also, apparently, it started development on Switch. But, you know, they ended up running into performance issues, and it was very liberating for them to go like, oh, we can make it on the Switch too. Okay, great. That's, way more viable. Mario Kart DS was peak, yeah. I mean, some of the characters didn't look great back then, but you know, it was super fun. And was that the first online Mario Kart? Fucking hell, like, you know, probably DS is probably the most important Mario Kart, other than like Deluxe and World, right? Like you get 64 first 3D one, then DS first online one. Was it DS or Wii that was the first online? I think it was DS. And then 8 for just like having everything. Was DS also the first one that did the Retro Cup situation? Also a very important development. I mean, I think the Game Boy one did that technically. All that to say, I'm very excited for that. For Mario Kart. Thank you for level Barnstormer. That was an excellent Link level. Oh, we were freeing the guys. That explains why we were killing those boom booms. That was the part where you released them. I was wondering, like, what the metaphor was, because I totally didn't read. And didn't, you know, fully grok what this guy is. Like, that's the guy. Yeah, yeah! I just thought it looked like a cool-looking guy in a vest, sort of like a toad with hair. A toad with a beard. There's gotta be toads with facial hair, right? There's gotta be like a toad with like a mustache or something. Or like a goatee. I don't know. That's probably a thing. Let me hit complete. And we'll pull up the next one. Lex Zim, you are up. Gotta go, may return. See you later, Shard. You're if you're in queue. Oh, you're not in queue. Okay, cool. No problem. You have a good one. If you were in queue, you would, you know, it'd be sudden death, but either way, whatever's cool. Thanks for hanging out and stuff. I always want to thank everyone for hanging out and stuff. I appreciate all of you, even if you leave quietly, you know. Lexem, go ahead and confirm. Let me put that in chat for Lexem to see. And, go ahead and do the last Switch 2 card, I think. I'm looking forward to everything else next week. That's right, there's a lot else next week, to be sure. Like, a lot of other, Switch 2 games that I'm looking to get. You know, I'm definitely gonna get Welcome Torch. Basically just so I can stream it and have that be one of the games I play on launch night. I'm thinking I'm going to get Hitman, though I'm not sure if I really need to get Hitman now on the Switch 2, since I'm going to have it, like, portable style, using the Retroid local cloud streaming from the Xbox situation. Like, I kind of don't need to rebuy Hitman World of Assassination and start over from scratch, but I might get that one. It is 100 gigs. That's like the main thing that makes me go like, wait a minute. I don't know I can afford that on like built-in memory. Maybe some of those games are ones where you go like, okay, we need to wait until I can get 8 terabytes of storage for like $100, and then I'll jump in and get that and start buying games that are like big and regular and, you know, take up a bunch of space and just to have them on the Switch too. But for now, it's like, okay, I'm looking forward to Welcome Tour. I'm looking forward to like whatever real actual game I get. You know, if there's other games of the launch lineup I decide to get, you know, we'll I think maybe we'll play it by ear in the moment. I'm looking forward to GameCube games. I'm looking forward to those being on Switch too. Obviously, I will also have those on my Retroid, but I'm super looking forward to them in Switch 2. Rewinding in N64 games will be super good. There's a lot of stuff to look forward to with the Switch 2 launch other than just Deltarune and Mario Kart and all that. And additionally, like beyond that, you know, is that an S or a 5? I think that's a S. Beyond that, you know, Donkey Kong's coming down the pipe. Donkey Kong is very exciting, very promising, very good, and I'm super looking forward to that. Oh, we need to remember to do a 10 pack of Pokemon cards. We'll do that after this level, which will be when the lightning round begins. You know what? Lexum has not confirmed yet. We'll do those right now. Just go ahead and pop this up right here. Yeah, I've only pulled a couple packs so far, but I've gotten a couple of that guy with the null face. I gotten 2 of the gold star versions of that, so that's like pretty good. You can see I have enough hourglasses to do a 10 pull. Let's do a 10 pull. If I had done the single player stuff, I probably could do 2 10 pulls, but I didn't because I didn't feel like playing this game that much right now. I got other stuff going on. It's a busy time for video games. And let's just look at Ultra Beasts. That doesn't seem very good. What? That one does not seem very good, but I guess it's a basic. It's allowed to be kind of booty. Cortana. Oh, another Ultra Beast. Really nice one. This attack also does 20 damage to one of your Pokemon's benched Pokemon. That's good. I'll say that is good. I don't know if that's great. That's 40 damage for one. I mean, that's fine, but like, are you really gonna put so much? I don't know. That's like fine. It doesn't go anywhere, does it? I'll look at the Beast Wall. I think some of these are like synergy cards with Ultra Beasts, and that's like interesting. Some of these are just normal ass cards. Oh, I didn't know that the Ultra Beasts would just be pretty much basic plain Pokemon. Are they supposed to be stronger or weaker than normal Pokemon? The Ultra Beasts, like, what's the balancing situation there? Like, is there a negative to being a Ultra Beast? I guess it can't be like overpowered. So, you know, if the Ultra Beast tag adds anything, it has to be balanced out in some way. I've skipped some Ultra Beasts, whatever. They weren't EXs. I'm getting the impression that a lot of these Ultra Beasts are just regular style, or just regular dudes, which is less interesting just on its face. This pack has EXs, right? Did we get a single EX? I don't think we did. Not great. Is this a pack without EXs? Like, did I just get bad luck, or I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know what the deal is with this. Maybe I should watch some Pokemon Pocket YouTube and like get educated on this stuff rather than just looking at the cards and going like, I don't know. I'm not gonna play them. I'm just gonna collect them now. I'm not really in the mood to play any. Whatever. We'll pull one more. Okay, we'll pull one more. 11 is a good number. And I have the hourglasses for it. Let's just get something good. An even 12. We'll do one more as well. Looks like a big fat nothing. Okay, one more. And Lexim has still not confirmed, so looks like we'll be sudden death. That's cool. Don't worry about it, you know. Hey, well, that'll just mean a very fast level, very fast situation, you know. There we go. Nothing. Okay, well, that's it then. Let's go ahead and get that down. Wasn't even any new cards there in that last pull. That's whoopsie daisy. Wait, were we doing Lexim's level? Was that Lexim's level that we just did? Wait, what? Looks like I had cleared that level before. Did I, like, lose the plot at some point? No, it was Gerudo Fortress. That was the last one. Didn't play a course since Gerudo Fortress, right? Yeah, Gerudo Fortress was the last one. And then Lexim's. We'll select another one if we haven't played it, you know, if we don't have any sort of marching order there. You know, any sort of, like, preference expressed from the viewer in question. Which, considering they're not here, there is none. Yeah, we've done this before, we beat it before. Let's find a different one. And that'll be Sudden Death Style. Let's see now. Bowser's Deadly Airship. Let's go with that one. That sounds fine. That one sounds fun. Ugh. Let's do it. Lightning round right after this. Ugh. That about covers, like, you know, feel like we've covered the most important topics tonight. But there is still a bunch else that I want to discuss. You know, it's been more than a week since the last stream. I kind of have a lot I want to talk about here. There's kind of a lot that I want to talk about beyond those big obvious things that are like, you know, what has been the biggest through lines, I guess. Car stuff. We don't see car stuff all that often, you know? That's cool. Also, the lightning round will be beginning, so that's fun. The last time we did the viewer levels, it was all lightning round, so it's probably good to do an extra long non-lightning round for a change. I'll also say, like, during the lightning round is the perfect time for folk who are subscribed to use their subscriber incentives, of which, you know, following the birthday streams. What other cards do you have? I have a whole bunch. This, what is this? Is this Pick a Pipe? Yes. I have a bunch. We'll get into them. You know, games I've been playing, shows I've been watching. Couple of cards about that. There's some stream idea type stuff in there. There's a couple. I mean, I'll say that I have decided to repeat one topic for the final card, considering, you know, what happens next week. You know, like, look, you know, as nice as that conversation was on the Switch 2, we should probably... Oh, damn it. That's not good. We had a good conversation on the Switch 2 and all, but, like, we should, like, end on it as well. You know, I feel like that would be a good idea. Considering, you know, it's kind of the biggest thing that's gonna happen next week. Well... Okay, that's another card. There's another card about, that statement. Oh, I can just duck and go under. I don't need to, I don't need to not. Hell yeah. Let's go. We're gonna do this, folks. Let's do this. Feel like I've been sleeping okay. Yeah, there is a thing that is right after the Switch 2 that, you know, is ostensibly exciting. Ostensibly exciting would be a good name for a stream if, you know, it already wasn't going to be called something like, I got new fucking eyes! And also, like, most of the things we're discussing are actually exciting, so, like, jot that down, you know? But, I'll say, I've never been a big fan of, Healy's bullshit, you know? I don't watch the Game Awards, and I also don't watch his big presser, which people seem to walk away disappointed by most years. Because, like, I don't know. He can't really compare to Xbox as far as, like, bringing the announcements. Nor can he really compare often to, like, Sony or Nintendo. And he sort of just sort of is a real sourpuss about that. You know, like, oh, I just wish, you know, people would bring me their games to reveal. It's like, I don't know, man. That seems like a you problem. You know, I saw in years where he's been like, oh man, my show sucks. And it's bad because no one gave me any games to reveal. I just go like, yeah, well, Microsoft got him. Sony decided to not do his show, and that was probably the smart move. And then, you know, you got Nintendo, who always just brings it home and does the best stuff. Especially this year, Nintendo's gonna do the best stuff. I got a card for this. Well, we should discuss things in the proper order. That's not really important, I know. I just, you know, do have I am prepared to discuss this later on. That was really weird, that segment there. Did we get a checkpoint? We did get a checkpoint, but we got it after the last time that we died. So that does not refresh. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is there. Like, we were supposed to, like, get through that crack and get to a star? Or was there a star to get earlier, like, in a hidden thing? I agree, it was impossible. Thank you for the level, Lexim. Let's go ahead and hit dismiss. And bring up the next one, which is the one submitted by Angel that I have put in on behalf of Angel. Angel, you are up. Angel, please confirm. Let me just @ Angel in the chat. Oh, YouTube, it's like an accented A. Oh, also there's some emotes as well in there, so that makes it difficult to type and to auto-complete it. You are up. That probably didn't work. Okay, whatever. Emotes. Whatever. We'll see if they are confirming or not. But hey, folks, do you know what time it is? It's actually a little bit later than the time it was originally supposed to be, but it is time now for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 to 7 tries to beat each level that comes my way, refreshing at checkpoints. We get 7 heads in a couple specific circumstances. 1, the first level of the night whose person is here. 2, super worlds. 3, levels with clear rates under 1%. Those are the 3 cases where we get bonus heads represented by additional heads, such as Bowser, Luigi. There's a whole bunch. And they're random, so... yeah. Stop. There we go. We got Peach. Whoever's up first is gonna get Peach. I don't know if Gabrielle, Angel Gabrielle, who didn't figure out how to add, believe Angel is not English as a first language, or perhaps even doesn't speak English. But Angel, you're up, and if you do not confirm, it'll be sudden death, and we'll get fewer tries. Is basically the situation here. Oh, and by the way, it is important to note, and I probably should note at the top, really, that there are subscriber incentives for Twitch subs, those what pay money, and there are more of those than ever, or than usual, since the birthday stream was 2 weeks ago. So, you know, they can cash in an incentive once a stream to either skip the queue, to get the express pass, or do an instant refresh, which anytime there's lives in play. Whoa, that was all messed up. that did not. Let me try that again. Okay. Instant refresh. Please work. There we go. That's how it's supposed to do. Stream Deck kind of choked on some of those commands, I guess, and they got weirdly delayed. It's a tricky thing to time that out, and I use like a whole multi-action to do it rather than scripting it elsewise. I don't know how you would script it in OBS other than using a multi-action. I use a multi-action to do that, is basically the long and short of that. Anywho, you can have one or the other, an express pass or an instant refresh. It's a binary, it's mutually exclusive. Cash that in at any point in the stream if you are a Twitch sub, and quite a few of you are right now. So keep that in mind as the stream goes on, especially as we get close to queue closing time, which, let's say an hour and a half from now. 10 o'clock at the absolute latest. We might decide to close earlier if I start running short of things to talk about, but we'll see. Anywho, let's get into it. I don't see Angel, so let's just go ahead and enter the thing. And Angel, you can confirm if you want me to have more things. Oh, also I remember that it was FNG, not FMG. So I can... and that's a 5, not an S. That's hard on a normal day. To be clear, sometimes these codes, you know, a 5 or an S, it's hard to tell the difference, even when you don't have newly lasered eyes. Even when you don't have newly LASIKed eyes. Let's do the super world. You're welcome to confirm at any time. Angel, you say the word. Let's go. Let's do it. Woo. Lightning round. Fun. And of course, this means that the queue is going to start moving a lot faster than it did do. That's one of the best things about the lightning round. We start to get some faster paced level bullshit, which is great and fun. Also, fun stakes all the time. Like right now, this level probably, you know, not gonna be that hard, but like if it did, like throw a curveball at us, it'd be so much more, like, dangerous, you know, so much more just, oh, fuck. You know, be so much more... it'd be so much more of an X factor. Now versus like, I mean, this would be sudden death in any case, but you know, imagine if it was lightning round, in which case it would be you know, death matter now more. You get it, you get it. Oh. I had some trouble with the Stream Deck software. I had to uninstall a plugin that I don't think I was using anyway, so shouldn't make a difference, but things might be a bit screwy. Every time there's a Windows update, you know, I don't feel like there's been any time in my life where Windows update has made things perceivably better, you know. Y'all have that reaction to you see a Windows update. Is this a Mario Land level? That ending remind me of Mario Land 2. Might be a Mario Land 2 level. Or like based around them or something. Oh, it is Super Mario Land 1-1. Had like the gimmick at the end with the multiple things. Top level, bottom level, that whole gimmick. Cool. Didn't love Land, but I liked it more when I played it on Switch Online. You know, versus like the first time I played it on stream. I didn't have Rewind as an option. Rewind makes that game a lot less shitty. Thank you, Gabrielle. Angel with a, you know, dash on top of it. I guess dash would not be Spanish. That would be what, like French or something? I'm not that familiar with like languages that have the accent marks. Which ones do and don't? Portuguese maybe? I thought that with Spanish it was just the N, just the fancy N. I took like 2 years of Spanish. I did not retain any of it. And it probably does have those things, doesn't it? I don't know. That was 20 years ago, you know? 20 years ago, and I did not care at the time. You know, I probably couldn't have told you that 20 years ago if there were accent marks on there. I don't know. Maybe. Have I seen any recently? Let me think. Shock Pichu, you are up. Let me put in chat so Shock Pichu can see. With my thing being zoomed in more, I should probably scroll up a little bit just to see. Because a lot of the messages around, like, level completed kind of, like, obscure the details. I don't see Shock Pikachu. Confirm. Whenever you do, let me do another card. Gotta do wish list bingo at some point. This is an idea that came out. Excellent, Shock Pichu. And you get the bonus heads as well, which are peach ones. This is an idea that came up during the birthday stream. But I want to do something I call wish list bingo, which is I want to do a stream where a big running theme of the stream is just what do we want to see in Mario Maker 3? And I will anoint someone in chat to be like the, you know, the list maker, and just have them enter them in on a Google Doc as we're talking, as we're chatting, as people are suggesting things in chat. That's step one. Do a stream and spend a bunch of that time like brainstorming Mario Maker 2 ideas and things that we want. And I'll say I think that I have to say like yes to any given idea. You know, it's not just like anyone gets in whatever they want. If they say something, I'm like, no, let's not put that one on. You know, I can veto. I have a veto, in other words, or I have to sign it into law verbally. And also, I think we should put it on screen so that people can see it on screen as it fills up. You know, maybe like pulling it up and down between levels or something, so it's not like distracting from the levels that we're playing. But I think that'll be a fun thing. And then like after, we should like go to like a bingo generator thing and just generate some bingo cards based on the suggestions that we all make, and then we can go into the like any sort of Mario Maker 2 direct stream reveal, Mario Maker 3 reveal with like some like bingo in mind, you know, like literally just we get our bingo cards out when that trailer starts and we start like punching them in, like, oh, there's we got barrel cannons, okay, you know, the center space will just say mouse controls. creating using the mouse. That's the middle space. That's the freebie. That's the freebie. They could do an update. I do believe an update is very possible, just to add mouse controls. I give that like a 60% chance, in fact. But I also think that Mario Maker 3 will be like the main thing that they try to do. They won't just make it just 2 forever, I think. 2 had too much of a rocky reception, I think. I think they'd want to like start fresh with a new one and just like blow the barn doors off. You know what I mean? Just like blow out some back walls, you know? They want to go for it. They want to like really get people back in and really like impress the hell out of them. I don't think this is like a Mario Kart Deluxe situation where they just go like, yeah, it's Mario Kart 8 still. Like, no, we're going to 3. I think we're going to 3. But I also think there'll be... I also think there'll be an update. There's still an extra style missing. I don't believe we'll get an extra style in 2. I believe that if there is an update, it's just mouse controls. And, like, performance, maybe. This game performs fine. I don't think it really needs a performance patch, but they'll change it to run natively on Switch 2. You know, they'll update it in that way as well, so it's not like, you know, all Switch games are emulated on Switch 2 because the hardware is, like, notably different. So, changing it so that it's not that way would be just a smart thing to do for multiple reasons. You know, of course, they have to make sure they're not introducing... Mario Maker might be a hard one to test because, like, if they're going in, you know, if anything's inaccurate, like, it's going to be a niche thing, right? It's going to be, like, some levels are wrong. It looks to me like a Wiggler missed his ledge, like a Wiggler was supposed to be over there. That's funny. On the things. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Shit. Oh, we got a checkpoint also, so that was the first and the second ones. I do wish they had done DLC for like another style, and if I were to have my druthers, or my brothers, is that how you would say that? I don't know. If I were picking, I would say, oh, fuck. If I was picking, I would say that it should be Yoshi's Island. That would be my choice for additional theme. I think Mario Wonder is just a lock for... I do believe we'll see Mario Wonder get one as well. And I hope in addition to Yoshi's Island, that would be, That's going on the wish list, I'll say. I think also, by the way, you know, we'll do our bingo card such that, you know... We should do the bingo card such that when you generate it, if you get a result that you don't like, or, like, has... You know, you want to have the bingo card that has your favorite ideas on it. God damn it. And if the bingo card doesn't, you know, just generate one until it has all your faves, you know? When's the next Direct? Rumor has it, like, right after the Switch 2 launch. You know, in the not E3 window. That's what the rumors are saying. But, who knows? Could be any time. That guy did not spawn, and, now I'm kind of fucked. We gotta do that at some point. Right now, I think we're gonna have a lot to talk about between the Switch 2, Retroid, I stuff. So, that's not like a immediate thing. But like, yeah, maybe like next month sometime, we should do that. And I think I would like to anoint, like 06I or Rock Party to be the note taker for all of us. Rock Party 06I, would you be down for that? Be the official stenographer that notes down the ideas. Part of the idea is that I want to just have this be done while I'm playing so that we're not like, you know, stopping for 10 minutes to go like, oh, let's come up with ideas, you know. Shit. Ah, that's fucked. What the hell? You're down for that, 06i? Excellent. Yeah, that'll be sometime, maybe a few weeks from now, month from now. I mean, we want to get in there before Mario Maker 3, but like, when is that gonna be? We're probably, you know, that we could do that anytime within the next like year and change, I think. Am I boned? I think I'm boned. There's no getting out of that. How do you get ideas? People in chat, let's just say them out. We'll say them out loud. People in chat will have them. And then I'll go like, ooh, yeah, put that on the list. And you'll put that on the list. You know, it could be like a channel point thing. Also, by the way, make sure, when we do this, we need to make sure that YouTube is kept in the loop. And that you're also watching for YouTube's ideas as well. Or I guess I can just call them out and go like, oh, in YouTube chat, they just said this. Put that on the list. That's really good. Thank you, Shock Pichu. Dang, that section was tricky. The Wigglers really did a number on us, huh? Thank you for the level. That was nice. That was good. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next one. The next one is Small Magic. Small Magic, you are up. Hello, Shopley? Shoplead? I think that's how you say that. That's not a me not being able to read the name with my eyes situation. That's a name with no vowels for like a stretch situation. I'm not sure how exactly you... Shplee? Shplee? Something like that. Shpleed? Maybe like speed, but with like some extra stuff going on. How you doing? Let me say again. Now's the perfect time for Small Magic. What about the Mario 40th Anniversary Direct? Jeez, yeah, I guess it's been that long since 35, huh? Crap. When is the anniversary? When is the anniversary there? I'm sure... I'm betting Mario Maker 3 starts having a chance of being revealed, like, you know, September? Okay, well, we should have it ready by then, but I'm thinking Mario Maker 3 will be sometime next year. I'm thinking next year, not E3, is when we really have to know that. Also, I'll say there's a good chance I won't be on stream when it happens, but just know, like, you know, I'll have my bingo board and I'll share the results after, you know, or maybe we'll rewatch it during a stream and then do the bingo then and see what's up. I mean, we have to decide on our bingo boards ahead of time. We have to complicated situation, isn't it? We'll figure this out. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time for that. Small Magic, please confirm. If Small Magic is not here, it'll be sudden death wherein fewer tries. Oh, that looks like a 6. 692 S2C. And then that's TQG. Who would have thought entering codes would be literally more of a test on the eyes than the chat in general. I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that. I'm happy that I'm not impaired really that much, despite not being fully like 2020 yet. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully we'll get there. We'll see. 7-2 Big Wiggler Race by Magic. Do a quick card. New idea for a new channel trailer. That's right. I've been thinking, you know. I was thinking the other day and I realized, like, well, you know, the channel trailer that I have on YouTube and Twitch is even more dated now than it was when I first put it up. I put it up like 3 years ago, before I got this nice microphone, before I got this nice camera, and now before I got these this nice LASIK surgery. So like, oh my god, now it's like the most out of date. Like, you can immediately tell, like, not only does it sound worse, look worse, but also I'm wearing glasses, which I will never do into the future. And so I started like writing a new channel trailer, and I actually like recorded like a 60-second like me reading the script and going through it. But I want to add a little bit on top of that, and a little bit like, you know, in addition to me talking, I want to have like illustrations, right? And that sort of thing, right? Like, some ideas I have is like, I kind of started off by saying like, oh, you know, put simply, you know, long story short, short version. I said short version. Short version, I like to sit on my couch and play games. I like to sit on my couch, play games, and talk about stuff. And I want to have it so that, like, after I say that, a quick thing will scroll by the screen with, like, stuff I talk about, right? Just, like, a big list that's semi-comprehensive. And that way I don't have to say, like, I talk about anime. Or, like, I talk about games. Or I talk about Universal Studios. You know, I could just be in a list there. And it's like, okay, yeah, there it is. It just said Universal Studios Japan. Or Universal Studios, I went to Japan multiple times. That's about all you need to know, you know, as far as things I might want to talk about. I also want to make it so that, like, when I talk about the streams that I do other than viewer levels, I'm thinking I would like to have just a big wall of, like, the thumbnails for all the various streams that I've done, sort of like going behind me, so you can see, like, oh, you know, there's, can I do Simpsons Hit and Run in 1? You know, that's an interesting sounding stream. Oh, there's like some of the streams where I had 5 lives and I switched back and forth between games every time. You know, some of those things are like, I hope, intriguing thumbnails that make you go like, oh, what's up with that? You know, maybe I should put an asterisk or something that goes like, these can be very long. I go long sometimes because I totally didn't say it, but I got some ideas for that. I got some real ideas for that. One other thing I note during that trailer, which I haven't gotten cooked up yet. I'm thinking making it more just like thumbnail and like illustration of the lightning round based rather than just like a bunch of clips, because I feel like it'd work better that way. One thing I will note is that, and I will note here right now, YouTube short content will continue having me in glasses because YouTube shorts tend to be sourced from older streams, especially ones from the last year. It'll be a long, long time before I am, like, sufficiently mined for content, all the stuff that I've done while I had glasses, so, you know, expect to see me in glasses in the YouTube shorts. You know, you'll start seeing more ones with me without glasses as time goes on, for sure, but I will also still be in glasses in YouTube shorts going forward because I have just tons of them. The way I like to make YouTube shorts is I make them all, I do a whole stream of all its best moments, and then oh, you're here, small magic, excellent. So 5 lives, excellent confirmation. Almost didn't notice. Sorry. I like to get all of its clippable moments all at once, and then make the ones that are good enough into shorts, like, all at once. So I basically have a big backlog of, like, I don't know, 300, 400 shorts that I could post at any time. And part of the, you know, filtering process is just like, no, I post the ones that I think are best, and, you know, I have, like, hundreds of options at any given time, so they ought to be good, I guess is what I'm saying. You know, I ought to post a good one, considering I have so many options to choose from. Again, I will still be wearing glasses in the old, in that material. It's always been sourced from like a year plus at a time, and now more than ever, it's going to be more noticeable than ever, right? There was a certain point where it switched from having green screen to no green screen. That was pretty noticeable. That was like the last time it was really spottable. This is a fun race, by the way. I like it. Let it be said that this is cool. Sick. Oh, and this is kind of interesting. You don't actually... If you made it to the end without dying, you could still get there. You didn't have to have the balloon or anything. Anyway, that's all to say, like, you know, content notes. I'm going to update the trailer sometime soon. YouTube Shorts will still have old clips and still have me in glasses. Hope you don't mind. Hope that's not confusing. I believe there's so many good moments that haven't been turned into shorts yet that, like, I think it would be, you know, I don't want to say it'd be criminal because that's, like, a total over-exaggeration, but I absolutely want... One thing I believe is that every stream has memorable, great moments that are worth becoming YouTube shorts, or good enough to be, like, put on their own, right? And just because I couldn't find time to clip up, you know, the 100 streams I did in the last year, like, within the last year, doesn't mean that, you know, 100 plus streams, really. Doesn't mean that, like, doesn't mean that I'm not going to get around to it. I'm trying to catch up. There's so many. I just clipped up the other day, and we'll talk about that in a bit. Thank you, Small Magic. That was excellent. You didn't miss much, Chard. Just some levels and some talking. I can barely remember sometimes the stuff I've been talking about, and that's why I have the cards to remind me what I'm supposed to talk about next. I've been productive, but also I'm procrastinating at the same time in a way. Right, so I mentioned I've been doing a bunch of Twitch clipping this last week. I don't think I mentioned it actually, but one of the things I've been trying to do this last week while I've been off is, like, catch up a little bit on Twitch clips, clip up all the big streams from the last week, and I did that. I clipped up the birthday stream, the 10-hour birthday stream. I clipped up the Mario Builder stream. I clipped up the Doom stream that I did, as well as the viewer levels, as well as, that's it. As well as a couple of other streams, like, bunch of other streams, really. Like, I clipped up a randomizer stream from, Metroid Fusion. I clipped up, an old Half-Life 2, the last of the Half-Life 2 playthrough streams, which was 7 hours long, and had, like, probably the most frustrating softlocked I've ever experienced in a game. My god, that's going to be one hell of a YouTube short, considering, like, it was like a half hour of being stuck due to an NPC breaking, and just trying to get him to start moving. I hope that it is funny in that way. But, you know, I've been pretty productive this week insofar as, like, getting stuff like that done, starting to think about new trailer. But I'll say, like, the one thing I haven't worked on that is worth noting is, I have not really worked on the Super World trailer for the last month, and I really don't feel like working on it right now. Really super don't feel like working on that, the Super World trailer, and I really need to, especially if I'm to catch that, like, the submissions for the next Mario Maker, trailer thing. That's in, like, August, right? So I just need to make it by August. That sounds like a lot of work for the next 2 months. I kind of would rather, you know, it's sort of a weird thing of, like, you know, when I have, like, multiple things on my plate that I want to do, it's like, I don't really want to do that one. So I guess I'll get productive over here on this crap now. You know, I'll start rewriting some reviews for Backlog, which I haven't been able to do, by the way, because my eyes, you know, it's been a little bit hard to write. You know, rewriting reviews for Backlog, that's all writing and typing and you know, my eyes are all funny, so I didn't feel like straining them to write reviews for games from 5 years ago. You know, I'll get back around to that. I'll get back on that soon. And I'll also do the other stuff I want to do. And, you know, I feel productive. I feel like good things are getting done. Progress is being made. I've started to get enough space now. Twitch changed their system so that you can only have, like, 100 hours of highlights. So I changed it so that I keep only some amount of things on Twitch, and then re-upload them to clip them up and to export them as YouTube Shorts. And now I've gotten to the point where I've started deleting some of them and re-uploading new ones to do in the future, like old Mario Maker streams, the July 4th stream from last year, bunch of others that I want to get to soon enough, and that feels good to have a handle on that and to be like making meaningful like strides. I also want to clip up like more different stuff so that I can have like, you know, I feel like I've been a little heavy on like the Half-Life clips and the you know, the Half-Life clips and the Banjo-Kazooie clips, nuts and bolts. Just like a lot of the stuff I've been doing have been like a lot of the shorts recently, which I feel like I could extract some more stuff from some other streams and then would be better. Did the person here confirm Simon? Simon is up next? Is that right? Let me check that I didn't fat finger that or something. Yeah, Simon is up next. Okay. Simon, go ahead. Can Simon confirm? Did Simon confirm? I should always be on that before I get into Anecdote City. Anyway, been feeling productive this week. I don't know. We'll see, like, if I can continue this when I'm, like, you know, streaming twice a week as per normal. That's right, Max Shorts. This is level request. ! Add to get that code in there if you have a code to submit. You don't have to. Let's go with Minigame Cave. And I don't see Simon, so let's do Sudden Death. I'm excited. I'm most excited for like a channel trailer, and I feel like that's a higher priority. I don't know. The super world. I don't know. I just spent so much time making that already. I feel like on a certain level I'm just done with it and I'm ready for it to just be over, even though I haven't like put the final touch on it as far as like a trailer to entice people to play it. Super worlds are allowed, yes, though I will play them one level at a time. Most likely, you won't see all your levels tonight. At this rate, there's a lot of people in queue, Max Shorts. But you know, come back another day. Keep on putting it in there. 3 levels is not that long. You probably could get that in a single stream if you came early enough. You know what I mean? If you were like towards the start rather than towards the middle. You know, pretty soon here we're gonna have to close the queue and like start winding up, and you know, is that 10 levels away? Is that 12 levels away? It's definitely not 20 levels away. Hey Danville. Thank you for the level, Simon. Thank you, thank you. Let me hit complete. You can't wait until you can subscribe to the YouTube channel? You can subscribe to a YouTube channel at any time, as far as I know, unless there's some account limitation based on the age of the individual. I don't know about that. I can't, one day I'll be able to offer memberships on the YouTube, which, you know, would come with all the same privileges as the subscriptions on the Twitch, I'll say. So, you know, one day. I suggest everyone, I would appreciate everyone following, subscribing in both places. Generally, if you have an account, you know, that'd be cool and chill. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool, yeah. That's what I was thinking, Chard, yeah. Membership. I hope for that soon as well. Is that at 500 or 1,000? We're like, you know, in shooting range of 500. I think I'm going to have to unprivate all the live streams because those have, like, most of the views on them. And enough views to qualify me for like, the program. But then I'll hide them after I've qualified because I do think it's better to do it this way, where you have the VODs be separate from the live streams. I don't know, maybe I should be just editing down the VODs using the clip tools that YouTube has. It's kind of too late for that now. Kind of too late for that now, you know? I mean, if I did do that, I'd have like one final YouTube upload that was like, hey, from now on, look in the live tab if you're confused. They're all in the live tab. Unless something went dreadfully wrong, in which case, you know, something's gone dreadfully wrong. By the way, this is, if you haven't been here the last few weeks, this is a super world based around, that was a big collab, so it is in the light courses of this account rather than the, uploaded courses, because multiple people made them, but they all are part of the same thing. Let's go, let's do it. That'll be nice when we reach that threshold. You know, I would love in the next year to hit 500 for the YouTube. I would love in the next year to hit 1,000 on the Twitch. Those are the next 2 milestones on either side. I do wonder, you know, Twitch is so weird because there was that one time that someone bought a bunch of fucking bots on us. Apparently that's just a thing people do. They just, like, get bots to follow a bunch of random channels so it can't be determined, like, who paid for them. And I don't know if all those got banned or anything, but it's been long enough where it's just like, okay, well, I have no way of knowing how many of these are, like, fraudulent, but the number is 900, and that's the number that it is, so, you know, at a certain point you gotta be like, well, there's no way of knowing other than just looking at the number, and if Twitch doesn't give a shit, I guess I don't either. You know, number's the number. And that makes it so that the 1,000 threshold is a milestone we should celebrate when that comes, you know? Siri bot can delete all your bots? Siri bots? I don't know that thing. I mean, I'm not, like, super, like... I don't even know which ones they are anymore. It's been long enough where, you know, at the time I reported a bunch of them. But, like, I don't even remember, like... I don't think there'd be a way of, like, figuring out, like, okay, well, here's where it started, and here's where it ended. That one stream where there were, like, 100, 200 followers all at once. Which definitely was not real. Did we get turned around? Is this, like, a puzzle situation? I think we're going after red coins or something. Actually... Surrey bots. I think I'm reading that right. I just don't understand what it is. I think we go in this door. We have enough coins to, do that soon as, Sure as spittin'. We got a checkpoint. This has been going quite well. This is a nice ghost house. I like the inverted gimmick here. It's a channel bot that automatically deletes chat bots. I guess, yeah. But like, if a spam bot or like a viewer bot is like there to be a non-bot, it's not like it's like viewer levels that are following me. It's like on the down low, you know? I don't know. Link me that. I don't mind being at a higher number, like, if Twitch doesn't care. I'm beyond caring as well, but that might be good just for, like, you know... It would be good to be able to feel good about 1,000, about that milestone, and not have to be like, asterisk, asterisk, there's probably some bullshit going on. Would it be depressing to drop a bunch because of that? I feel like at this point, you know, it's been enough time, and there's been enough people who have been obviously actual people who have been following, where, like, you know, as far as I know, they all got banned, and all the people that are in now are, like, real people. I don't fucking know. And I have no way of knowing. There's something going on here. I'm kind of was curious if there was, like, a plant there to, like, climb up on. Because I feel like that might have been the entrance, or the exit. It's obviously not the entrance. The entrance would be bad. Yeah. I'll say, like, I feel like there's some topics that are a little bit like, you know, it doesn't do to talk about them so often, you know, so heavily. Like, a lot of channel business is like that, right? Like, oh, you know, talking about the process for making YouTube shorts. Is that interesting? You know, I spend a lot of time working on that because it turns out to go through like a 7-hour VOD and to pick out the best bits and be like comprehensive about it, it basically takes 7 hours, you know, and it's time consuming, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You know, it's basically a similar type of work to, like, editing, right? Like, someone editing a video down to, like, a shorter length. I'm picking out all the best moments and just preserving them or having them available in a different way. And then in some cases, getting them prepared to, like, post if I feel like they're the best one I could post. Though some I'm sure I will never post. Most of them, in fact. I'd be surprised because, you know, I do 2 streams a week. Each stream has at least, like, 10 good moments in it. Like, yeah, you can do the math and just tell, like, okay, well, each stream can only get, like, 3 or 4, and that's assuming that you're not accounting for all the other streams in the past that still haven't gotten their due, and a lot of them haven't. Whatever, you know, it's a thing I think about a lot, work on a lot, and, like, probably the most work-like part of doing this channel, you know. Really, I should try doing, like, some sort of edited thing. There's a car alarm out there for a second. It seems to have stopped now. I have said before, I don't know if I've said before, but I have low-key thought about, you know, should I do, like, a stream where it's like, okay, this viewer levels, we're gonna edit it down after the fact, and do, like, a half-hour VOD version, where it's just, like, all the best bits edited. Oh, I just did this level. I need to hit the complete and go to the next one. Yes, yes, perfect, good. There we go. Eve's Music. You are finally up, Eve's Music. Hell yeah. You know, I have definitely thought about, like, you know, it'd be fun to do, like, oh, let's do as an experiment. Like, would that really super improve the metrics on it? You know, like, I got all these, like, 3 to 5 hour VODs, which, you know, I get the feeling that YouTube algorithmically doesn't love. I get the feeling that a lot of people, when they click into a VOD and they see that it is 5 hours, they go like, oh, okay, well, no, thank you. Thank you. You know, maybe an edited down version would be, like, more viable, but also, that's a lot of work as well. That's a lot of work as well. I don't know. Just some thoughts I've been having. Definitely thoughts. Definitely thinking. Definitely possible. I guess with, like, YouTube's, like, editing features now, it seems like YouTube is better now in letting you edit basically any video, even if it's really, really long. It used to be you couldn't edit a video if it was, like, above, like, a certain length. Now it seems like you can edit any video, which means that, like, even a 10-hour stream can be edited down and have, like, a short version. But also, I don't have time. You know, I already kind of don't have time for a lot of the things I'm doing, but, like, I definitely don't have time for an extra thing. Eve's Music, please confirm. Let me do a card and we'll talk about something other than myself. How about, you know, did y'all hear that Battle Aces got canceled? Yeah, Battle Aces was a RTS, multiplayer RTS from some of the creators of, like, of StarCraft. Kind of served as an alternative to, like, Stormgate, which was very good. And I'll say, like, I played in the beta for Battle Aces and had a hell of a time. I thought it was great. I did, I forget if I did 1 or 2 streams of it. I definitely did 1 stream when it first came into beta. I forget if I did a second one when it went back into beta, like last year. And it came back into beta this year, and I was just too busy to pick it back up and play more. And while I was not playing it, they were like, oh crap, this business model isn't gonna work. We can't make money. We can't garner a user base, and we can't do this anymore. I am kind of sad about that, considering, like, when I first played it, I was like, oh man, this has the potential to be, when it's complete, like, a Game of the Year contender for me. Like, it is really intense. It's like, fast-paced. It simplifies the building process, and basically every RTS match in it was, like, 5 minutes long. Like, when you built units, they came out instantly, and as a result, like, you know, if you lost a battle and lost an army, you could, like, instantly rebuild an army so long as you were floating that many minerals, which felt really good and meant that the fights kept on happening, and it was just so intense and so cool and so fun, and, like, made for a good esport as well. There was a lot of good, like, you know, shot-called matches, and that I enjoyed watching in a way that I haven't done since StarCraft back in the day, and, I'm quite sad that it's going away, and I hope this is like a Splitgate situation where, like, you know, in 5 years, 2 years, they can come around and be like, okay, you know, we had the core of something here, but now it has a single-player campaign, and the multiplayer is rethought, and we have rethought the monetization, and now we're ready to make this into a success. You know, I hope that the things that they learned making this game will go right into the next game that they're working on. I hope they're working on another game, considering how cool it was. What is this code? This code is hard. I'm just gonna take it off my phone. I couldn't tell if that was a 6 or an O. Like a lowercase O, kind of looked like to me. Some of these letters are in lowercase in this one, so it's bit tougher to distinguish. Very cool. Anyway, shout out to them. I'm so sorry that had to happen. You know, I hope that next time, you know, they get a better reception, and I hope that they continue to work on RTS games and try to make a better one. You know, try to make one that appeals to more, that gets the word out better. I think they were really onto something, and I think it's a damn shame that, like... Wait, what? I'm not gonna... Let's not count that one. Okay, well, we'll just start from here. Long jump? How do you fucking do this, even? A ducking long jump? That doesn't work. How is this possible? Like, okay, we definitely lost this one, by the way, to be clear. Remove all your POWs? Oh, okay. So if we have a POW, we can't do it. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I fucked it up, but I think I just realized what I was supposed to do. This is what I was supposed to do. We only had 2 lives, on account of, Eve Music isn't here, and if someone's not here, we can't do more than 2 attempts of their level, but that's totally the key. Invulnerability from losing the POW. That's neat. That's a good trick. That's... We could have finished if I had figured that out, like, 2 seconds sooner. Oh, well. I'm happy to have figured it out, at least. I'll take that as a spiritual win. Moral victory. Let's call it a moral victory there. But a literal defeat. Next up is Zoran. Zoran, please confirm. Did y'all see Not E3 season is soon? Here's the card about Not E3. Finally, we get the Not E3 card. I feel like some of these cards are in weird order. I thought that was supposed to follow... Alright, it does follow another news card. The Battle Aces news, that's right. Yeah, so the E3 season is upon us. It is by some called Summer Game Fest season. I do not care for... Personally, I find it really galling that, like, Summer Games Fest has been able to brand itself as, like, the E3 umbrella for everything else, when it's just like, Xbox and Sony and Nintendo just going like, yeah, we're doing our summer press conference. There's no E3 anymore, but that's not going to stop us from doing a press conference. Whereas, like, Keeley just feels like he's just running around taking credit for, like, oh, that's me. I did that. That's me as well. That stream is also part of my thing. And I just find that to be really, ugh. I hate it. I just hate that he's managed to brand the not E3 time frame. But hey, you know, there'll be some cool stuff. I'm thinking Microsoft will be okay, and I'm going to stream that. I'm going to stream my reactions to that. I'm going to play Mario Kart at the same time. I showed this last week, but I have now the ability to show like a smaller or a bigger window on the screen, and also to hide that window so that when we're watching the Microsoft thing, I will have a small Mario Kart there in the corner so we can, you know, if it's boring, pay more attention to the Mario Kart, I guess. I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't ever make it big, you know, in case, like, someone cares about the game, even if I don't care. Like, someone might actually care about, you know, you name it. Some bullshit thing that I have to just have no interest in. There's some stuff I have no interest in, you know. But options are available for that. That'll be fun. I hope there'll be a Nintendo Direct. It'll be nice to see that the year get fleshed out a little bit more beyond, like, just Donkey Kong Bonanza and, like, Metroid Prime. I'm hoping for, like, 1 or 2 more big games that they have, like, you know, for the holiday season. I know that it's supposed to be Pokemon, but Pokemon is cross-platform and also not really, like, a technical showcase. You know, I feel like for November, you want something that's like a Donkey Kong Bonanza, you know, that sort of game. And maybe that'll be Metroid Prime, you know, maybe that'll be Metroid Prime 4, but I feel like they must have one more game ready for the launch window of the Switch 2. That's about how much I feel about that, you know. I feel like this is going to be a slow year, and, like, if there's anything exciting that's coming out of these, like, press conferences, a good amount of it is just going to be like, oh, hey, Assassin's Creed, what's the latest one? Shadows. It's coming to Switch 2. You know, it's going to be a lot of, like, this is going to be on Switch 2, that's going to be on Switch 2, and, you know, I'm just going to go like, oh, that's great. I'm happy about that. Yeah, put that on Switch 2. I want that to be on Switch 2. More things on Switch 2 is better. Let's go, let's do this. This is the next one by Zoran. Yes, and Zoran has not confirmed, so here we go. What's with the green? Anyway, I'll say, like, you know, as exciting as I am about Switch 2 and also the Retroid Pocket Flip, like, of the things going on... Oh, is this, like, Spot the Difference? I think this is Spot the Difference. Summer Games Fest, and more importantly, the not E3 press conferences that aren't Summer Games Fest. Yes, I suppose this would be an eye test. Oh, it's... Which green is it? Which green is it? Oh my god. It wasn't the one on the right. I think this one is too yellow. Right. I saw it was middle. I saw it was middle. I was spoiled that it was middle by getting it wrong in the first place. Is Zoran here? I could get a couple more tries if Zoran was here, but otherwise no can do, you know? Color correction, tennis, speed, time. Damn, some of these sound cool. Definitely feel free to get that in another time, Zoran, if you come back again. I think we have to move on, though, considering that Zoran's not here. I failed the eye test again. Again, I feel like I would have failed that no matter what my eyes were. You know, no matter the situation. I can see color pretty good. Like, color is not the problem. To be sure. To be sure. That is not the problem having my new eyes. Like, I can see the screen, all the text on it right now, pretty damn clearly. It would have to be smaller text than this to be a problem. You know, like, Claire Obscura's text, pretty small. Maybe I'll be able to handle that even now. I feel like maybe I'm getting better. clearly, like, chat has not posed that much of a challenge this stream, which I am so grateful for. I feel so good about that. You know, just the fact that chat can be small on my preview monitor. It's only like 30-something inches wide, you know. So probably it's the biggest monitor I own, but it is like 5-6 feet away from me, you know, so it's smaller, you know, from here. Let me go ahead and hit this miss, and we'll bring up the next one. Mr. Game Reaper. Mr. Game Reaper, you are up. Go ahead and confirm for me. Meanwhile, I'll do another card. Got about a half hour until the point where I said that we will close the queue for sure. How many cards do we have left, really? Let me see. I'll say, like, we get through the games that I've been playing section. I think let's close the queue after that, regardless of how long it's been. We got plenty of levels. I'll be able to, you know, we got more than enough cards. Let's do another card. Been playing Minecraft. Yeah, it's like one of the main games I've been playing this week whilst I've been on the mend. And I found pretty quickly that I was just fine playing it without, you know, even blurry. I'll say even while it was blurry, I was able to pull things close to me. So like playing on the Nintendo Switch 2 kind of worked regardless at all points in the recovery process with the eyes. And I've basically just been playing and like exploring. The main thing I've been doing, let me show you. This was Battle Aces. The main thing I've been doing is I've been filling out some maps. I made one map of my local area around my like current home base, and I started like getting curious, like, oh, what's in the area next to me? What's in the area north? What's south? What's you know, all around the spawn? So I did the bottom 4 first because the spawn is in the bottom right corner of the middle one there. And after that, sort of carried on to do the one north of my home base, which is sort of, you can sort of see the green arrow there, that's my home base. And also did the stuff to the left, which was neat. I found some really nice rocky mountains in the north that are like all rocks. No, nothing, just like peak after peak after peak of rocky mountain stuff. And also some pretty cool like savanna mountain villages that are pretty neat to look at, pretty neat to discover. Meanwhile, the area to the west is pretty much just like all steep cliffs. Like you can see the rivers there, but what it doesn't show you is like every river is bounded by like massive mountains that are just a pain in the ass to walk around. I've been giving these areas names, like the north is like the impassable north or something, or the rocky north. The west is the impassable wetlands. The Great Ocean is over there on the right. That area is just a big ocean. There's the frozen sea down south. And then I was calling that river country in the lower right. But it's almost sort of more of a isthmus or a delta. So I'm calling it the Hardy Delta currently. And, you know, I'm hoping maybe I'll start like going up into the, you know, the corners of this 3x3 grid that I haven't visited yet and start filling those out. That's fun. And that's just good idle stuff to just do without much thought whilst playing game. And I'll also say, between you and me, it is kind of low-key convenient that like the Switch version of Minecraft doesn't save like all the time, because like if I fall into a hole and die, I'm just like, I hit the home button and close it just before it can save, so I can like keep my map and all my progress and stuff. Because yeah, if I lose my map that I spent like hours and hours on, I'd be very upset. That'd be kind of a bummer. But having fun with it. I'm not really doing that much. I said peaceful mode. I'm just like exploring and maybe trying to hook up like a network of nether portals to like get around a little faster. But it's a good time. It's nice. I like to look at this map after. I'll say at one point I was curious and I wanted to know, like, okay, can I just look up online? I don't see Mr. Game Reaper, by the way, so let's put into sudden death. can you just look online and see, like, okay, put the seed in, put the version in, and see, like, you know, see, like, what the map situation is, and you can, but I'll say, like, looking at that did not make going to the north or going to the west less interesting. I went to those places after, and I was still really delighted to be like, holy shit, what are these, sunflowers? I've never seen a sunflower. I don't, you know, I'll say, like, they've added a lot over the last 10 years that I feel like I've never seen before. Like, hang on, I have screenshots of this shit here. Like, last night I found, like, a whole cavern with these weird glowing fruit in them. Like, what the fuck? There's nice town. There's, like, a dead biome now. That's wild. Volcano stuff, some nice pits. Cherry blossoms, I saw those for the first time. I found a ship on its side. Let's see now. Bamboo. Got some bamboo. Tried to make a bamboo forest in one of my other areas. Sometimes just seeing some cool places, you know. Sometimes it's just, hey, here's a place that's cool. There's some of those Rocky Mountains you can see, like, they're just gray. They're just, you know, entire mountain ranges of just gray rock, and I thought that was pretty cool to behold. There's a mountain that seems to be, like, belching up a storm. That's, like, in the south end of the north place. Those weird glowing things are food. I figured that. I just don't know, like, if they're for anything else. There's the whole snowy area, which, again, just spent massive times, like, filling out. Oh, and there's a clip from last week's stream. Why did I save? Oh, right, that's when I did something and I forgot what I did, so I wanted to go back. I've just been having some good fun with that. That's been some good idle entertainment, you know. It's fun to do that stuff while, there's weeping angels in the dead biome? What the fuck? I mean, I'm playing on peaceful, so I'm not seeing, like, enemies or whatever. And, like, if there are, like, violent, like, wolves and stuff, they're not being a problem. I think I just don't like dealing with enemies anymore. You know, I just like exploring and, like, connecting a nether network without having to worry, like, oh, someone's gonna try to like, you know, destroy my nether paths. Someone's gonna blow up on them, and then I'm gonna have to rebuild from scratch. Like, that's weird. I don't want that. I just want to build and, like, get a nice path and be like, oh yeah, now I have a shortcut. I just built, like, a whole corridor over the lava that just goes exactly to the spawn point and then lets me out. Because, like, yeah, now I have a way from, you know, north of the ice area to the spawn. When I started this, the whole, like, you know, it seemed like it was a never-ending, ice area, you know? It took forever to find the swamp that I ended up settling in. But, like, looking at it now, like, looking at the map, you can see, like, oh, you know, looking at the map, you can see, like, it's not that big. It's not endless, and also, if I had gone any other direction other than north, I would have found dry land a lot sooner. If I had gone, like, south or southwest or, if I had gone east, if I had gone southeast, I would have found, warm places sooner than I did going sort of like a northwesterly direction, generally. That's pretty fun. I hope that performance improves with the Switch too. They make great palm tree decorations, the glowing berries. Interesting. Would y'all be interested in me streaming that at some point? I don't know it's a really interesting thing to stream, honestly. It's just me sort of like walking around going like, ooh, what's that? And just sort of, you know, like I said, I've been mostly using it as like a distraction game, you know, that is to say, I'm watching television, I'm watching YouTube, I want to play something and I don't care what it is, like, yeah, just do some nice Minecraft, and like, you know, that'd be great for like topics like this where it's like, okay, you know, I just need 10 minutes to talk about Minecraft, but it's like, is that interesting stream-wise, outside of that? I don't know. Hey, maybe if they... Are they gonna do like a... Oh, fuck me. So, remember, when we came over here from the pipe, we came over here, activated the block, and that made it so that the reds were on, and that we could go to the checkpoint, right? Well, since we came from the checkpoint, I could hit it again, and what I did there is I made it so that I can't go back to where I came. I soft-locked myself. Yeah, that's a soft lock right there. Whoops. This is basically what happened in that Half-Life 2 stream I talked about clipping up last week. Bunch of soft locks in that stream. Some of the most which feel really weird considering how good that game is that I ran into multiple soft locks. Like looking back, I can't believe my bad luck during that stream. Glitch wise, soft lock wise, but whatever. These aren't so bad. I just hit exit and now I'm good. You know, I'm not gonna spend like a half hour trying to solve it. It's unsolvable. You get it. And also I'm out of lives and Mr. Game Reaper does not appear to be present. Yeah, I'm dead anyway. It doesn't matter either way. Thank you for level anyhow. I don't think it was that hard getting up to that point. In any case, let's do the next one. Lord Bowser. Hi, 1700. How you doing? You have to do exclamation point add to get the level in there. Here's how you do it. Look at that pre-written message. Thank you. Another card. The other game I've been mostly playing recently, last few days, is Doom the Dark Ages. Like, even when my eyesight was still recovering from the No Cut LASIK, even when I was very early in the recovery process and was a little bit blurry, I was basically able to run around and hit demons pretty well, and there's not really a lot of text, there's not really like, you know, there's not really a lot of reading you have to do during Dark Ages. It's just, you know, shoot guys, hit them with melee, charge into them, counter some attacks, parry, deflect some bullshit. It's just really gamey fun, and I have been having a fucking fantastic time with it. Really enjoying like doing like one level at a time. Honestly, right now I'm sort of just going through it a little bit, thinking like, you know, I would love to have some of this left over so I could play it on my on the Retroid that's coming. You know, I mentioned I'm gonna do a bunch of remote play stuff on it. You know, exclamation point. You need an exclamation point. 1700. Not sure how you can pronounce that name. You know, I got that Retroid coming. You know, it's gonna serve as like a gamepad for, in addition to being an excellent emulation handheld, it's gonna be great as like a thing to play Doom off of the Xbox, but like synced over the air. You got it? Good, okay. Where's Lord Bowser, by the way? Lord Bowser, you gotta confirm. Did I say Lord Bowser has to confirm? Lord Bowser, you know you have to. Oh, Lord Bowser just said soft lock. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Okay. Lord Bowser, which one is up next? Let's find out. Oh, you made a bunch since the last time we saw you. Last week even. That's last week, right? Like a week ago. Nice. Cool. Happy to see it, Lord Bowser. Let's do this next one. How can I give you the level? Exclamation point add, and then the thing. You're close. You just need to add an exclamation point before the thing. Let me show you. You do like this. See the exclamation point? It's important. You can copy that message, and I will delete, you know, remove mine from the thing. You got a boogie in this one, huh? paying attention now. Okay, we're what's the word? Locked in? This is serious mode. I think I prefer serious mode to, hey, Max Shorts. I prefer serious mode as a term to locked in, dialed in. Dialed in is okay. Okay, this is less serious mode. This is, I think we're in the clear, honestly. We weren't in the clear. We'll be fine. I always gotta say things. You know me. I always gotta say things. And, sometimes, you know, turn out to be, inaccurate. I think we got this, though. I'm gonna continue saying more things. Anyway, definitely loving the fuck out of Doom the Dark Ages. If we do, fuck! If we do a Retroid stream where I show off the Retroid once I have the Retroid before the Switch 2 hits, I definitely want to do some remote play of Doom the Dark Ages from the Retroid and like show off hopefully how well that works, hopefully. And we'll see how that goes, you know, I think that'd be fun. I'll say I don't have a card for it, and honestly, I haven't been playing that many other games other than the ones I've already mentioned. It's basically just been Doom and Minecraft this last week, as far as games I've been playing goes. You know, I tried Clair Obscur and realized, like, oh, all this... Fuck. I think Doom is fantastic. I'm really enjoying it. It's just really pulse-pounding good time, and also there's mechs in it. It's cool. It's really good. Dang, this is a difficult level you got here. Is it below 1%? No, it's 4%. So we don't get extra heads, and we didn't quite get it this time. Feel free to resubmit that, Bowser, and we'll give it another try before this stream is over. All right? All right. You know, whatever you want to do, you understand. Killer is up next. I'll say I haven't been playing that many games. You know, like I said, I tried Clair Obscur, and I couldn't deal with the font size at that point in the recovery process, the LASIK no cut LASIK recovery process. So, you know, I had to just call an audible and, like, shelve that for a bit. But I haven't played one other game that I didn't do a card for. I haven't played one other game, which is that I played some Tony Hawk randomly. I put in 1+2 and realized, like, oh, there's, like, a Tony Hawk mode where you get to play the game again, but only as Tony Hawk, and all the goals are reset. So I started just doing some of that. That's fun. Hey, you know, sort of getting me warmed up a little bit for 3+4, I reckon. And that'll be good. 3+4, I think, is going to be really good. Wonder if I should get 3+4 on Switch, or just it's fine being on Xbox, especially with the remote play possibility of the Retroid Pocket Flip 2 that's hopefully going to get delivered tomorrow. Fingers fucking crossed tomorrow. I want it so badly. We'll see what happens. I hope that I wake up to the good news that it's on the way tomorrow, out for delivery, all that. That would be delightful. This will be the last level before we close the queue. I'll say that. Let's do this level, and I'll do last call for y'all to get in any last levels. Well, is it better than Doom Eternal? I'll say I didn't play the last two Doom games, honestly. Like, I bought the first Doom, the first new Doom. Well, let's randomize those bonus heads right now. I bought the first new Doom, but I did that on PC, and I kind of found that to be a whole pain in the ass to get, you know, working right. And also, I'll be honest, I kind of prefer console controls, you know, controller controls, so after that I felt like, ah, damn it. Well, I'm not gonna buy it again, but on the Xbox, so... And then, I think, like, at the time, the controller controls were weird on PC. You know, I don't know if that was just, like, a problem with that game, or specifically at that time, things weren't as good as they are now with that stuff. But I didn't get that far and sort of fell off, and then when I heard Eternal was bad, I didn't play it, and this is the first one I've really given a shot since the first one, which I, again, bounced off of, and I'm loving it. I'm finding it to be fucking great. A real delight as far as I'm concerned, but, you know, your mileage might vary if you love the previous games. I'm just, you know, I feel like it's fun to just come at it from, like, the newcomer perspective and go like, oh, man. You know what I mean? Just like, oh, shit. And that's right, it's in Game Pass if you have Game Pass. That's correct, yeah. I have Game Pass, and, one of the things I do on this channel, one of the streams I like to do, is just stream me trying out a bunch of Game Pass games, so if you want to see me for the first time playing that game, there was a stream of it 2 weeks ago where I did that, and it was a lot of fun. It's like a race where we have to, like... I'm a little confused about this part, Killer. I'm a little confused what we're doing here. I also, you know, like I said, I make YouTube shorts of this crap as well. And there is a great YouTube short I put up, like, earlier this week, where, you know, going into Doom the Dark Ages, I hadn't really been looking at that many trailers and stuff, you know? I was kind of trying to keep a little bit blind. You know, not really going in with that much of an impression already, right? So I went in not knowing there were mechs in that game. So, like, you know, during that stream, it very much got my first time with the thing. Try PlayStation 2 games. That's part of the plan, you know. When I got this Retroid now, and I've got a bunch of PlayStation games on there, and like, yeah, definitely going to make a go out of it. Though I am, like I said earlier, wondering how many of those should be done as content, you know? Like, would Ape Escape be the kind of game where I should play for the first time on stream? And, you know, people can see me like, ooh, you know, hey, you had never played this game before? Oh, wow, this is right up your alley, you know, that sort of thing. I reckon it might be like that, you know? If someone can translate for Jose, Angel Glez, how to get a level in. It's only been an issue with like, exclamation points, exclamation point before. Specifically an upright exclamation point. Jose. How do you say exclamation point in Spanish? I don't know. I have a translated version of that for Japanese, because I've had like a bunch of Japanese viewers come by over the years. I don't think that many like Latinos though, or you know, Spanish speakers. Funny, you know, I don't know like how the algorithm determines that. Who can say? There you go. Perfect. You got it in there. Ah, we do this. Okay. See you later, Lord Bowser. You'll give top 10 and it'll be good for a stream? Gotcha. Yeah, maybe we could do like a stream where it's like, okay, let me just try out a bunch of games and then after that, you know, just not. I have been considering, right, like, oh, you know, PlayStation 2, I bet, would be really good for like a whole series, right? Just like, will I like, and just a series of streams called things like, will I like Ape Out, or Ape Escape? Will I like Jak and Daxter? Will I like, fuck. What's another PlayStation series? Will I like Loco Roco? And just the gimmick is like, oh, I try a game, and then I maybe like it, and I maybe don't. And hell, it could even be like a full playthrough thing. I could be like, oh, I really like it, let's continue playing it on stream. Like, that's definitely been a thought that has occurred to me, like, a way forward, right? After the Rareware things. Will you like Crash Twinsanity? Ah, well, Crash has been on Game Pass, so it was already in the Crash collection was in a Game Pass stream. I tried out Crash 1 and 2. What did I think of them? I thought that Crash 1 was a little bit rough, and I was surprised by how much better Crash 2 seemed. I should play more Crash. I should play more Crash 1 and 2. You know, now that I have this, or going to have this retro console, I could re-download those onto my Xbox and do the remote play, or I could play the original versions by, legally, you know, acquiring backup copies of them. Or, you know, acquiring a copy and doing a backup, you know, in a legal fashion, as you do. Who doesn't do it in a legal fashion? Why, I never heard of such a thing. Anyway, Crash Twinsanity is only on PlayStation 2. Okay. I'll say, with, like, the initial set of games, I mentioned, like, getting an initial set of games. I did, like, focus on, like, the first games, right? You know, for instance, I didn't just go out and grab, legally, you know, Twisted Metal 1 and 2. I figured, like, I'll try Twisted Metal 1, and then do Twisted Metal 2. If it's my jam, you know. That makes sense to me. Ah, hey, this is a thing. Looks like it's not as, it's not super hard to get to as well. Good tip, good looking out killer. I can't believe this is messing us up so bad. Maybe we'll get like a checkpoint and that will refresh our doodads. That'd be nice. I really don't know which room is which, if I'm being honest. Just going in rooms and just, I don't know. It's different from other Crash games, is it? I should definitely play more Crash 2 on the Retroid. I feel like that's a perfect game to, like, play idly while not, you know, while watching stuff. Crash 2. Hey, kid boy. Maybe like I should give Spyro more of a go. I played Spyro for the first time on a Game Pass stream. So I played it before, but I don't know, it didn't really click with me, at least the remastered version. I don't really... The thing that's... Fuck! Weird about Spyro, it seems like it's more about running than jumping. You don't really have a very high jump, and that kind of felt really weird for me. The queue is 13 deep right now, but we just ran out of lives in that one, so I'm gonna hit dismiss and it's gonna go down to 12. I hope the Retroid appears tomorrow. You can see a walkthrough on YouTube if you find it fun, play it. It's a good idea. That's always a good way to get a first impression of a game, you know. Though also, just playing it for the first time is also a fun way to do that. Yeah, that one was a real head scratcher right there. Good night, killer. Oh, next up is Geo Indie. But before we do Geo Indie's level, which, by the way, Geo Indie, anytime is good to confirm. Folks, it is time now for last call for levels. Last call for levels. It's time to start winding down the stream. It is nearly 10 o'clock, which is about what I was looking to do, so that worked out perfectly as far as timing goes, as far as earlier plans go, that sort of thing. During last call, I play some of my own levels to show y'all what kind of bullshit that I get up to when I make levels, and to give y'all some time to get in any last levels. Anyone who has gotten a level in is welcome to submit another one, And, you know, I'll say, like, I do like to reopen the level, the queue for new viewers and things of that nature, so, you know, new viewers will be able to get in later, but, besides that, now is the last chance to get them in and to, say your piece. What's, something that I could do? Is there anything eyesight related that, like, works? Next level is short if you would have it. Absolutely. Get another level in. Do whatever you want. Anyone can do anything they want. It's cool. It's good. We will get all these levels done, or, you know, pass through them lightning round style by the end of the stream. I'm gonna say, what's a good conceit? I'm gonna say let's do some Super World levels, and particularly trying to find a good through line. Eyeball related. Is there anything eyeball related? Ghosts are kind of eyeball shaped. There's the eyeballs in the spooky mansions. Let's do ghost houses? Okay, yeah, ghost house type levels. Ghost house puzzle solving levels that I have done. Okay. And that means we'll start with this one. Okay, there's the theme. I haven't done very many of these, so this should be quick. Don't y'all worry. I like to do like 2 or 3 typically for last calls, and then you know, and I know these by heart, so it should be fast. This is the first time I'm seeing them with new eyes. However, it's worth noting. So this is Beneath the Runway, one of my oldest levels that I did. I sent it before. Did you get it? It should be in there. Check the queue yourself, I would say. Yes, it's in there. Good. It's in there. You're good. So this is Beneath the Runway. Basically, it's kind of a Metroidvania style level, where the goal is to get a cape and get back to the start, and then fly over the whole fucking level, basically. So you go below the runway, you mess around in some ghost house business, and then you do some light platforming. Originally made this as like a level in a blind speedrun race back in Mario Maker 1, and that was kind of fun. It was like the second one of those that I Ate Your Pie did back in the day. I managed to get into the second one of those. And I remember during that stream, there was one racer who had not played Mario World who kind of struggled to get the knack of flying, which really, you know, helped me to understand, like, you know, hey, not everyone knows how to do everything. You know, even people who are trying to be, like, speedrunners at it, like, you know, if they've never had a reason to fly over a whole level, never played Mario World, how would they know how to fly over a whole level? Like, that's not a thing. Your cursor is a literal dot instead of a cursor instead of a pointer, Kevin. That's not how I like to do it. I like to do it with a cursor. Just do it pretty much vanilla style. Let's see, any other puzzle-based levels? Pretty much everything's just a normal-ass traditional level that I have. There's a couple that have, like, red coin hunts, but I wouldn't really consider that a thing. The cape feather should be controlled with up and down. That's an interesting perspective from someone who is newer and who didn't play the original Mario World. I feel like just, you know, I played Mario World as a kid. You know, well, I never had it on the SNES. I had a SNES. I had Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, and All-Stars. Didn't have World, though. Mine didn't come with that, even though it was pretty late. I don't know why it didn't. I thought they were supposed to come with World plus All-Stars at a certain point, or something like that. But I played it on GBA for the first time, and that was still in childhood, so, you know, there you go. I'm too used to the other way. As far as puzzly type levels, I think, like, as far as the Super World goes, the only one that really qualifies is the Ghost House level, which is right here, Unmoored Mine 3 Bogus Boudoir. The original is perfect. Always old as gold. I don't know, I'll say, like, some of the newest games are fantastic. You know, I think Wonder was phenomenal. I mean, I think that Wonder was definitely phenomenal. It was like my number 3 of that year, to be clear. Like, it wasn't a game of the year or nothing. That was also the year that had Tears of the Kingdom, right? I think I put Sea of Stars above it as well. Hey, Pogger. Frankie Pogger. That's a good name. That has a good ring to it, you know? World was really fun on the GBA, and I think that, you know, maybe it's just me having played the GBA version first, but the physics of the GBA version, I really like those physics. I feel like it was a big improvement over the original. I gotta imagine there's some people who are like purists, you know, it doesn't feel the same, but like, it just feels really smooth and like responsive to me on the GBA versus sometimes the way that you accelerate in World, the original, just feels a little bit, you know, it's not like Mario Maker, you know what I mean? Like, Mario Maker feels good and has good physics. You know this. I like Mario games to feel like this, basically. And that's basically what most of them do. You know, even like the GBA world. Regular world, a little different. And it's a little hard to get used to. First Mario game in Land. I would say that Mario Land, the Lost Levels, that's bad. Lost Levels is bad. And yeah, Mario Land, I really wasn't a fan of that when I played it for the first time a few years ago on stream. That was during a July 4th stream where I played, we're not talking about this level at all. What am I doing? This level is based around going around rooms in a progression and getting certain items that are in each room. You see here, you gotta get that one here, and you can get that one by doing some stuff up above. There we go. You see here, there's a bomb. Jump on the bomb, and then, you know, go through the wall, right? Oh no, there's a Bullet Bill. A Bonsai Bill. They changed the name of Bonsai Bill, didn't they? I think I heard they changed the name of Bonsai Bill. I don't know about that. It'll always be Bonsai Bill to me. They also changed the Wally Pog. That's like offensive in some language, isn't it? Like to the British, wasn't it? The Wallywogs? I don't know. I've never heard that as a thing, so I can't speak to it. Lost Levels A4 had you crying, what the fuck? Yeah, that's not a great game. You can look back 2 years ago at the July 4th stream from 2 years ago and see what's up with that. For July 4th for the last 2 years, I've done like streams where I tried to beat as many Mario games, 2D Mario games as I could in a day-long stream, and did it randomly by spinning a wheel and doing whatever one's next. This year, all that's left is Mario 2 USA and Mario New Wii. Those are the two that are left. I am adding Yoshi's Island, and I think that's it. I think that's maybe it. I'm not sure if 3 is really enough for a whole, like, you know, 2 of those games are gonna go pretty quick, you know? I am thinking about adding Mario Run as, like, a dumbass, like, oh yeah, that'll be a quick one. And it'll be funny if the wheel lands on it, you know? Oh, by the way, it's a reverse Squeals on Wheels. You go through the whole level again, but from bottom to top. Isn't that neat? That is neat. Ghost House are interesting, but they are a acquired taste, and they can be frustrating if people can't figure them out, you know? What are you gonna do? It seems you have played plenty of games. Oh, I played so many. Oh, top 10 for games in general? Top 10 for games in general. I think I've said before that top 5 includes the like of, you know, top 2, Mario Odyssey, Donkey Kong Country 2. The 3 after that includes Majora's Mask, Smash Brothers Ultimates, I think is one of them. And, what's the 5th one? I've had a list at several points. I don't remember. I'll say that Hitman World of Assassination is definitely top 10. Mario Maker 2 is definitely top 10. Odyssey and DKC 2 are like up there for number 1. Banjo-Tooie probably is still top 10. That might be the number 10 spot is Banjo-Tooie. Like, just barely squeaking in, considering that Odyssey really blew it out of the water and made it so it wasn't my favorite 3D platformer anymore. And, you know, I also kind of just like to, you know, not... By saying, like, oh, these games are my favorite, it also, you know, makes it so, like, well, I also love all these games, and I have, like, hundreds of games that I love, so, you know, I can only play favorites for so long, you know. Maybe, like, 5 favorites, I could maybe go up to 10, but, I don't think I have a firm list in mind beyond 10. That's last call. Those are the only 2 levels that have like a real specifically puzzly bent to them. And they're also the only ghost house, so you know, kind of makes sense. I mean, I think I do have some levels that are like ghost house themed, you know, set in a ghost house. That's different, you know. That's a different thing. Let's go ahead and close the queue. And go ahead and get on with it. All right, folks, we are done with last calls, during which we talked about stuff for some reason, rather than just like giving people. The important thing is people had time to get in levels. Now it is time to finish those levels and to you know, close out the stream, and we'll do that slowly. Oh, this is. I don't think, did Geo Indie confirm at any point during the thing? I don't think Geo Indie confirmed at any point during that last level. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, I don't think so. Okay, so sudden death. It still applies. It's still the lightning round. And if you're still not here, we still only get 2 tries. That's how it works. Worth noting, there's special rules for like getting over it type levels where you do not die other than via timeouts. These things we can just mention as they come out, when they come up naturally. Let's do it. 2 tries. 2 tries. I also still have a couple of cards, and more than enough to carry us through, well, I say more than enough. We have more than enough levels to do whatever cards and discussion things I have left. I think I went in this with like 20, 25 cards total. And we've gotten through most all of them, you know? Most of the big topics, you know, like the LASIK, like, the Retroid that's coming, the Switch 2 that's coming, hopefully a little bit later than that. I say hopefully. I know when the Switch 2 is coming. Oh, that was really easy. I just don't know when the Retroid is gonna hit. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. It's been 2 weeks since I ordered it. It's shipping from China. You know, maybe I should have paid $40 for, like, slightly faster shipping. I don't know. Anyway, nice level. Thank you, Geo Indie. Let me hit complete and pull up the next one. Hell yeah. Rock Party. Rock Party. And remember, folks, to use your, Rock Party, please confirm you know what to do. Bet Rock Party is, ready to go. Rock Party is pretty good about this. Pretty good about, being on point, you know? Here's another card, though. I finished the Rehearsal Season 2. Rock Party's here. Rehearsal Season 2 was a hell of a good season, huh? Just, like, amazing, fucking audacious things every episode, and, like, half the time, it wasn't so much funny as much as it was just, like, impressive how much money, of HBO's money, that he convinced them to spend on his production. And, like, how much time and, like, commitment he put into certain things, you know? That's just sort of the big thing to walk away from, right? Like, it's not... Like, the last episode isn't, like, particularly funny. But it's, like, funny that he did it. You know, it's fucking such a funny thing that, like, oh my god, that is just... I won't say it, though I did allude to it earlier when I was talking about how, you know, pilots sometimes get the type of LASIK that I get that leaves no impressions so that you can become a pilot even if you weren't born with perfect vision. Even, like, even then, it's just like such a fucking impressive thing to behold of like, oh my god, he did it. He, wow. It is commitment to a bit. It is incredible. And like, you know, I definitely recommend people check it out. I have a coworker I was talking about the other day to him, and I convinced him to give it a watch, give it a look. And, that felt good. I hope that I've convinced other people to watch things over the years. Who can say, though? If y'all are watching anything on account of me, you know, let me know. I always like to hear, like, I have been helpful. I think I'd like to hear that. Rehearsal, Season 2. Man, fucking tastic. I think it was just, like, the most exciting thing that's been on television. And in a fair bit. And, like, you know, definitely made me think, like, oh, man, you know, I never watched Nathan For You. What have I missed out on? More on that in a bit. We got 2 lives left, folks, but we've been through this area many times before. Ah! We got 1 try left, folks, but we've been through this area many times before. It's not over. Also, Rock Party does have a refresh, so we might see a refresh, but I'm hoping for... Fuck! The plan? Get through the level without dying. Let me take a drink of my water. Ah, refresh from Rock Party. Hell yeah, let's go. Here we go, look at that. We got our lives back, let's do this again. We did it so well earlier. And we've definitely had streams where we got it first try. It is a hard thing. And I think this first jump is like chief among the hardest things. Maybe spending a week without playing Mario Maker, I'm a little bit rustier than I usually would be. Also, I think the week before, like, Rock Party, did you submit this level last, like, 2 weeks ago? I feel like we did other levels 2 weeks ago, so, you know, I'm lost some of the, shit! Lost some of the edge a little bit, you know? Again, shout out to the rehearsal, shout out to Nathan Fielder. That dude just commits to a bit like no other. Wings of Voice was an incredible joke. The whole, I'm gonna say Baby Nathan bit, my fucking god. There was stuff in that show where you saw it and you're like, I don't... Wow. This is television. What the fuck? Nathan, what have you done? Incredible. Fucking incredible. You know, when it started and it was like airline safety, I thought that was just gonna be like a bit for an episode or two, you know? I kind of expected to be like, okay, this is a fun episode, but we gotta do other stuff as well, right? And no, they didn't do other stuff. They continued on with the airport stuff, the co-pilot stuff, and yeah, you know, it's cool and good and fun, and you should watch it. Thank you for the whole Rock Party. We were unable to finish it. What else is new? We were unable to get to a checkpoint. That's perhaps more sad than not being able to finish it. I'll say we did see new parts of this level, this stream, albeit just like 2 seconds worth. So yeah, that's progress, kinda. I have to delete the YouTube short I had prepared that went like that got to that point where the thwomps were, and then last like 2 weeks ago or something I got there and like, how do I get past this? Seriously, what the fuck? Because now we know, so that short is outdated. It's obvious how we get past it, and I cannot in good conscience post it now. I need to just go ahead and delete it, and I will do, because I don't know if it even was ever viable as one, because it was just like, oh, I died in a weird way. How is this possible? Was that shorts worthy? So it's a debatable thing. This level has had multiple shorts though, so you know it's not out of the thing. We played it so much. We played it so many times. I'm hitting dismiss. Thank you, Rock Party. One day we'll get all the way, I think. I'd be surprised if it happened during the lightning round, though. Spleed! Spleed, go ahead and confirm. Spleed. I think that's how you pronounce it. Spleed. Spleed. I also started watching Nathan For You, and I'll say I've watched a ton of it at this point. I'm like most of the way through. I'm in season 4, and there's 4 seasons, so yeah, I've watched most all of Nathan For You at this point, and my god, Nathan For You is fucking hilarious. You know, there's tons of great bits, tons of great moments. I kind of wish sometimes that Nathan For You would focus more on one plot at a time. You know, like I kind of feel like some of the plots that they have could stretch out to the length of an entire episode rather than just being like half of one, you know? But I feel like that gets better and better as it goes on, and, you know, more involved, more elaborate, more crazy. There was one episode, Smokers Allowed, that really just felt like a like pilot for the rehearsal, right? Like the rehearsal in all but name, and that was just incredible. I love the one with the hotel, with the soundproof box that you can put a child in so that you can have raucous sex outside of the box, and the child will be none the wiser. Like, oh my god, I was losing it at that one. That one, my god. I also really loved, if there's like one side character in like Nathan For You that I really loved, it's this dude, the security guard, who like his gimmick is whenever he sees a woman with large breasts, he just smiles. And also there was the great Simon Says bit. Simon Says was killing me with like just a reality show pitch of him just like, yeah, I'm just, you know, doing like reality show confessionals about how I would like to squeeze and I would like to squeeze some tits, you know, and just I just dying at this dude. Like, he is in a way a very normal dude, probably, you know, in ways, but also it's very weird how forward and upfront they got him to be about like how much he likes titties, you know. Like, my god. The bit where he was introduced, it's sort of like, oh, you know, the bit was like, oh, if you don't know Nathan For You, the idea is that Nathan, he goes to a business and gives them like a cockamamie business plan, like, oh, we will let attractive people shoplift. And he had this guy as the security guard, and he would not let anyone shoplift if they didn't have like the largest of breasts, basically, which was just a very funny piece of tension. Like, so you don't find anyone attractive who doesn't have big boobs? And he's like, you know, yeah, I guess. And it's just like a very funny thing to like hone in on. I couldn't believe it. And you know, he's appeared multiple times after that, and it's been amazing. I like the anniversary one as well. That's sort of like at the start of season 4, like got everyone together. I like that episode where Nathan became another man and faked a whole like he did a tightrope situation. That was amazing. Kind of reminded me a lot of this last season of The Rehearsal. Kind of a similar premise, except it wasn't a secret who he was this time. The anecdotes. I just watched the anecdote. I think that's the last episode. One of the last episodes I watched, and oh my god, I was fucking dying at the anecdote. That was an incredible episode. The lengths that that dude goes through to set things up to like pull off some dumbass bullshit is just so funny. The one with the check where he got like he got married to like the cab driver, like without the cab driver knowing. That killed me as well. There's so many bits in that show that killed me. I've been having a hell of a time, and I would highly recommend people watch Nathan For You. Takes a bit to get as hot as it's getting. I feel like the first couple episodes aren't the best, but like it's not long before you get some all-timers. Like that one with the security guard. He's pretty early, I think. He's like 3 or 4, you know. And goddamn, what a show! What a show! I don't see Spleed, so we're going into sudden death again. I should have these thoughts while playing the game, I know. But I just got caught up in the moment. It's a great fucking show. People were telling me that I should watch it and I would enjoy it, and they were so right. We are doing really damn well. Okay. I jinxed myself there. This level seems really cool, and it looks hard, but I'm kind of first trying it. Or second. I was first trying it for a bit, and now I am second trying it. We only have 2 tries because I don't see Spleed in chat. And when someone's not in chat, we can only have 2 attempts at a level. Oh, Spleed is here! Fantastic! What's the clear rate on this one, by the way? Let me see. What's the clear rate? Do we have 5 or 7? The clear rate is above 1%. We get 5, so we've spent 2. We have 3 more left. Excellent, excellent. 3rd try's the charm. Here we go. This feels really natural. I got a feeling we'll get this one, folks. Isn't that Z backwards? Really, really natural. This is just flows really well, and I definitely will do it this time. Oh, those were less good than the first 2. Thank you, Spleed. This is lightning round. We only have so many tries. I appreciate the hell out of there. That was fun. That was a good one. Really, really, I'll say what I should say every stream, which is that just because I can't finish a level during the lightning round otherwise doesn't mean we can't see it again. You can absolutely submit it another time, another day, even during the same stream if we weren't already in like a queue closed situation, which we are, so you know, is what it is. Go ahead and hit this mess, and hell yeah. Pitch shifter. Pitch shifter. Go ahead and confirm pitch shifter. Go ahead and confirm pitch shifter. I don't have that many cards left, but I might as well pull the next one. Y'all watch The Last of Us Season 2? I haven't yet. I was not the biggest fan of Last of Us Part 2 in the first place, honestly. And, like, for me, I felt like it only got good when it switched midway through to the second half. And, you know, there was a protagonist shift, if you know what I mean. And from what I hear, they're adapting it in a linear fashion? Is that right? And as a result, like, it's mostly been, like, the, you know, is revenge bad show without the conclusion that Ultimate ends up at, right? Which makes me go like, I don't know. I'm not super interested in that, honestly. Like, I kind of feel like it does have a good story, a very Last of Us story, but mostly after, like, Abby starts getting her due, and, you know, it's just a very good Last of Us style story where you almost have, like, a Final Destination element to, like, oh, I know what's gonna happen because I've seen it, to all these characters that are getting introduced. Like, oh, this character seems quite nice and likable, but I know what's gonna happen to them. Interesting. Okay. Because you know, so you play through it one way and then you play through it from another perspective, and that first playthrough, that first route is kind of boring because it's all just like, revenge, I want my revenge, you know, and that's sort of like, most of what Last of Us Part 2 is. Ah, I'm gonna get ya. And then like the second half is like, oh, you know, a nice little Last of Us story, and whoopsie daisy, it looks like we're getting revenged on. What the fuck? What's up with that? I don't know. Anyway, let's play the level. I don't want to spoil. I shouldn't spoil. But I just don't think very much of it. Until that second half, which it seems like, oh crap, I see what we do here. We bounce off the shell. I missed the thing. Pitch shifter, if you're here, go ahead and confirm. Now is the best time to confirm for to get more attempts, but otherwise we gotta move on as per the rules of this thing. Clear rate is above 1%, so, you know, we get another 3 tries if you are here. Let me take a drink of water. Then I think we move on. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. Let's keep it moving. We got like 10 more levels left. Let's go. I'm basically out of cards right now. I'll say I'm basically out of cards. Last of Us was the last topic, and I am curious if people have been watching it and if it's like good, but like, I didn't like season 1. I didn't like the game it's based on, and also I don't like how they're turning that game into multiple seasons. It's not that good. It was not that substantial in the first place that it needs 2 seasons to be adapted. That's just ridiculous. And what they're saying now is like, we need 3 seasons more to finish the story. Not just next season, a season after that. And this makes me go like, are you hobbiting? Are you doing a Hobbit situation? Don't do a Hobbit. That's not right. I don't care about the Hobbit. I'm not a Lord of the Rings person, but it's fucked up when you stretch something that doesn't need to be stretched to like 3 movies. I don't like that. In principle, in reality. If you can make it work and like sell it, and both movies come out like back to back, like sure, yeah, no, like an Endgame. Endgame is like the most justified a part 1, part 2 has ever been. But if you're not Endgame, like fucking don't do it. Spider-Man, yeah, okay, yeah, you do it. And then the second and third are game 2. So if they're doing a season 4, does that imply they're gonna have a next game by the time of season 4? I guess that's what they're saying then. So that's good. Okay, they're not completely hobbiting it, but I'll say I do have issue with. I think it'd be better if it was one and done, you know, just off the top of my head, you know. And if that's like impossible to produce, I don't know, man. I think about Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which had a part 1. Let's see, like at the start of the pandemic, like it's been 5 years or something. That's 4 or 5 years. That's ridiculous, man. You fucked up. You should have had that shit out like the next year, and the fact that you didn't meant that like you need to be like sure it'll hit. You need to be like basically done with the second part. The second game is like 80 hours. That's true, and the first half is really boring. You know? Like, it's just, like I said, stabby, stabby, murder, murder. I'm out for stabby, stabby, murder, murder. That's the plot. I'm gonna go here and try to murder someone. Then I'm gonna go here and try to murder someone. Then I'm gonna go here and murder someone. And I'm gonna run into some friends along the way. And not think about that too much. It's not a very substantial plot until you get to Abby, at which point, like, Abby rules and it becomes a better game. And I'm just like, oh, this is Last of Us. Finally. I don't see Davila, so let's do sudden death again and keep on trucking. How long was the first game? Like, I feel like the first game and the second game were of similar length, but maybe that's just my imagination. I think I have to do like a shell jump situation, which I landed on a shell, but I didn't grab the other shell, so yeah. Danville, go ahead and confirm if you can. If you can't, I understand. Oh, I already hit B. Let's keep it moving. We got more levels to go. And I really don't have that much more to discuss after this. I have one more card in the hawker. In the thing. Shock Pichu, you are up. And that's basically just to loop around and say like, hey, talk more about the Switch 2 launch night? Oh, I guess we talked about the Switch 2. We didn't talk about Switch 2 launch night, which I'm looking forward to for other reasons. One of which being that, like, I had a great time back in a month ago when I went and got the pre-order in. You know, when I got the pre-order in, that was really nice to get that pre-order all nice and done. And I went into the GameStop, right, and hung out in front of it until they opened around noon. So I was there for like hours. I really didn't need to be. Before work, you see. You know, it was before work. It was. Well, I attended a meeting while I was there, so I was working. I did my job while I was there. It was fine. Work plus a lunch break. Little bit of work, little bit of lunch break, and also just before work. You know, it made sense. Anyway, it was a lot of fun hanging out in front of GameStop for that morning and like talking to the people that came and you know, socializing in a physical place. That was really fun and rad, and I'm looking forward to going back. And you know, I think I'll show up earlier than I need to, really. Like, I think as soon as I'm sure, like, the stream is ready to go, like, as soon as I get home, basically, you know, the OBS is all set up. There's 8 more levels in the queue, Max Shorts. You can always see, like, bottom right corner there. I'm excited to, like, hang out again and have a nice day, talk to the folk there, and, you know, I'm sort of thinking right now if I'll, like, have the... If I'll tell them, like, hey, you know, we're socializing now, but, like, I'm gonna be on stream in a bit, so, you know, twitch.tv/TheMasterDS, or, I guess, Google search YouTube for the Master DS. There's not, like, a good way to just, like, say the link to the YouTube channel, is there? Is there a way to set that up? I think there's probably a way to set that up. I'm not sure if you need to have some threshold to set that up. Woo! That was, these are some frightening, tornado jumps. And some of our platforms are being, like, cut short below us. What is with that one? That one's just for a 50. Oh my god, I thought we were dead there. I didn't have, well, I'm dead here. I didn't have it. I couldn't quite go under properly. Somehow I managed. I don't know. Currently, the queue is closed for people who have already gotten the level in. Oh, it's a flying level. Oh, crap! That's really cool. A flying level. I didn't know quite what to do when the wind caught me while I was in a cloud. Shock Pichu, I do not see. We should keep things moving. We are out of conversations to start. Anyway, I'm excited for that night. It's gonna be a good one. I'm gonna hang out and have some fun, and then hopefully I'll still be in a state. I'll still be in a state where I'm happy to go like 3-4 hours that night on a live stream and really get a nice thing going, you know? Have a nice evening. Turkatron, you are up. I'll also say, by the way, speaking of the Pikmin, we came up with an idea during the Mario Galaxy stream that I kind of want to touch on real fast. During the Mario Galaxy stream, you know in Mario Galaxy how you got the Lumas that are hungry and you feed them by throwing star bits at them? We should get some star bits. I should get some star bit models and rig it up so that in addition to Pikmin, you can throw star bits at me. And if you ever throw star bits at me, I'll do the nom 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 gimmick like they do in the game, and I think that'd be funny. You think that'd be funny? And also it would make sense if it was like literal Twitch bits. Like those are star bits, Twitch bits. You can make that work. And that'd be a good thing to happen anytime there's like a bit donation. I mean, I'll say, like, I think that the Twitch subs, and that's kind of my preferred way of doing things. You know, I kind of like the subs more than the bits, just because I feel like it's good that y'all get, like, the benefits of things like no ads and, you know, all the other perks that come that are, like, you know, part of this viewer level thing. The instant refresh, the express pass. You know, these things are really cool, and I want y'all to have them and to be able to take advantage of them. I don't see Turkatron right now, so let's boogie. Let's keep on trucking. This is some poopy payback, is the name of the level. What is that? Yoshi! I can't go into the door now, thanks to Yoshi. You got me, Yoshi. You got me. Let's try that again. And we gotta get into the door before Yoshi has a chance to poop on us. We also have to not die and be careful. That's cool. That's cool, Turkatron. I don't see Turkatron right now. And, I'm tired. We good to move on? Is there anything else I really want to discuss that I didn't have on the thing? I'll say I've been enjoying these, as the doctor has mandated, I've been wearing these sunglasses outside. I got these nice sunglasses that I showed off earlier for a second. Been wearing them when I'm outside, and I think it's pretty nice. It's not bad to wear sunglasses outside, it turns out. Kind of like these things. It's almost nostalgic, I guess. I don't know. Much better wearing sunglasses when you don't have to wear regular glasses, it turns out. Or, like, do something doofy, like, you know, specifically order a second set with prescription lenses, you know, but sunglasses style. Or do the clip-on business, which I never thought that was cool. Also, the ones that like, turn naturally in the sun, I never thought those were cool either, and, it turns out that just, yeah, when you have glasses, sunglasses are just awkward. Maybe they're good when, you don't have glasses anymore. Max Shorts, you are up, and you were just asking how many levels are in the queue. I'm counting that as good for it. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Goose, for liking my level. Goose liked my level while I was playing, some of y'all's. That's great. GSG. Let's go. Howdy is the name of this one. Is the name of this profile. Ugh, what am I thinking? Let's do the Super World. And, oh right, it's a short Super World, only 3 levels. That means we get bonus heads, and, yeah. And Max Shorts is here as well, just ready to go and happy to see the level finally get hit. Come back another week, Max Short. We'll get the other 2 in. You know, like I said, tune in early and you can absolutely, you know, probably get multiple in a stream. You know, a couple hours in, we gotta, you know, we're wrapping up at that point, so what are you gonna do? I'll say I think like this one, we've gone like nearly 5 hours. A longer stream than normal, I'll say. Kinda had a lot to discuss between the LASIK, the Retroid, and the other stuff going on in my life. And other things going on like the stuff. That seemed like just regular 1-1. Are you remaking just the whole Mario Brothers in here? Like, what? 1-1, but you made no changes. That's exactly what it was. Okay. That's funny. We're not gonna play the next level, but I at least want to see what's the second level. Is the second level 1-2, but no changes? I gotta know. 1-1, but underground. Okay, well, that's also pretty straightforward. Is this a whole super world of 1-1 specifically? And like not even like big twists on it, just literally well, hang on, let me see. Is there like, is this like 1-1 mixed with 1-2, or is it just literally 1-2 but with a theme? I see it has a ceiling. Let me just like investigate. Let me just investigate. Looks like just, yeah. We'll play this again another time. Submit it another time. Submit it another time and I'll play another level. Looks like it's mostly the thing. Third level is where it gets good. Well, please submit another time and we'll see the third and we'll see the second. Well in full. We can just look over here. 1-1, but it's a castle. Wrong 1-1, but from the wrong game. Wrong 1, but made by memory. Okay, there's some actual gimmicks here. It'd be funny if it was just literally 1-1, but the theming is different every time. Like, how many people would go through all of that? Like, just a whole fucking super world of 1-1, but no changes pretty much, other than thematic ones. That'd be funny, but, I appreciate that it's not that. Maybe you should have, like, a big change 1-1 as the second one, just so people know, like, okay, it's gonna go somewhere. Because if you see that one as the second one, you might think, like, oh, this is all gonna be a joke. And some people might see that and go, like, I don't like jokes. And just, like, butt out, like, immediately. And you lose some people there. You know. You gotta show them that there's more than just a joke, though it is a joke, also. It can be both. It can be good and a joke. Good and a joke is possible. Let me hit, dismiss. Actually, shit, it should be completed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference, practically. 06I is up next. 06I, let me go ahead and we'll do the next level. And we'll do the next one of your super world, so that'll be great. Man, I hope that Retroid arrives tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for that, to set that up and get that all nice and good. And then there's more hardware next week. Oh man, how am I ever gonna like match the high of 2 big hardware purchases in 1 week? I'm gonna have to buy more things. I'm gonna have to buy like one of those Retroid classics to get that same buzz, and that's only gonna be like half. I like getting new things. New things always excites me. You know, on some level I feel like I always need to be getting new things. To the point where I am legitimately considering getting like an actual PS2 and like having that as like a, not an emulation machine, but actually like an actual just PlayStation 2 to play on. And also I'd get one of those ones with just, you know, a hard drive attached and a bunch of games like legally set up already. Oh, this is really cool. We should talk about the level and not go into digressions about like, oh, things I'd like. Maybe I don't need that now since I'm gonna get the Retroid. I like this boo. Bleh. Get good, get good, get good. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 06I does have a... Oh, actually, you're not currently subscribed, huh? I guess your subscription ran out since the last stream. I like these ghosts. The ghosts and dry bones mixes here. I think it looks cool when the ghosts have a dry bones. The dry bones have a ghost on them. I missed a mushroom, but that's fine. I hope. Oh shit, that made it so that that block was harder to hit. Which, you know, I don't know what was in there, but it might have screwed me. I mean, I wouldn't have died if I had had a mushroom there, you know. I like that first boo ghost. It looks cool. Good combination. It's a good stack. I like how those boos just like float to the surface with due to the Monty moles. Like that's just an uncanny, like sort of an unnerving like effect. Like it looks funny, it looks weird. And you know, since you don't ever get close enough to actually, god damn it! You don't get close enough to activate them, so they don't pop out of the ground, so they're just ghosts that swim through ground, which is cool. I mean, there's already ghosts that swim through ground. They do it in a different way. Different from the other ghosts in, you know, those are called, like, peekaboos? Peekabloos or something? I feel like those have a name. I don't remember it, though. Chat might know. Peekaboo is the one that goes in circles, right? You know, in the new theme. What about the ones that go along the ground? What are those called? You know, the ground ghosts. Those ones. That's what I was thinking of. Oh. Peepa. Oh, Peepa's the ones from 3D World. There's also the ones that skirt along the ground when you have it, when boos are on the ground to start. Fuck. Interesting here that you can go a little bit faster, and that helps a lot, you know, but you can't go that much faster. You call them, you like calling them floor ghosts. What? Oh my god. The platforms, you just have to trust that they're there. Hey, Jose. You already got one in, Jose, right? Earlier? Or was that a different, angel? That was a different angel. So I guess I can let you in, considering you didn't get one in earlier. This is cool. That was a really cool bit. Y'all see how cool that bit was? Oh, it was really cool. This bit? Also cool. And, I trust we'll never see these again. That's right, we're finished! We're done! We did it! That's right. We don't get a second chance to see those cool, see that cool bit again. That was it. Excellent! Here you go, Jose. Go ahead, get one in if you care for. If you care to. Just Jose, though. Let me hit complete, and, go ahead and go to the next one. Who did I submit this on behalf of? I forget who I submitted this on behalf of, but... Oh, you know what? It was HMWW who put it in themselves right after. Good. Okay, we actually have one less level than I thought we did. Beautiful. Great. Jose, please feel free. Go and smash my level. Excellent. Perfectly timed confirmation let's see what we got in store for us here. Jose, you're welcome. Tell you what, Jose, tell me if you want to get one in. Till you ask. You gotta ask. If you want me to, and be ready. You know, that's the two things that I ask if I'm going to open it for you. I think that's an S. That's an H. That's a KHYGG. That's probably a 5, isn't it? Again, it's hard to tell a 5 and an S apart on a good day. You know? It's the first level you ever do? Cool. Oh, what was the clear rate? I didn't see the clear rate. Clear rate determines the extra heads, whether we get them or not. Let's check the clear rate real fast, and then we'll get into it. 20%. Okay, no bonus heads. We should be good here by the percentages that you saw there. Like, mathematically speaking, we do as good as the previous person, we'll clear it. Lightning round style. I hope I do too. This looks like a getting over it style level. Let me say, getting over it style levels have special rules insofar as, if it is the kind of level where you don't die, and, we get a timeout, we get, it's, 1 life for every 100 seconds on the timer, which means that, in this case, 1 timeout is, all that we would do. But, that's just our way of, you know, fitting in getting over it style levels in the lightning round. And also, like, hey, like, maybe we'll land on those guys, and it'll be a, you know, we won't have to deal with that. We're flirting with death here. Okay, happy, okay. Really excited for that Retroid Pockets. I'm a little nervous about how much I'll like certain things about it, you know? Like I said, I've been watching, like, a bunch of reviews because I'm just in a mood where, like, I just want it so bad. All I'm thinking about is it on some level. You know, that sort of obsessive, like, mood where it's just like, all I want to see is it right now. So, I'm watching videos about it. And hearing people's impressions and seeing like, okay, you can run that. This game runs well. Okay, don't expect to run like every Wii U game or like, you know, every one of this or any one of that, but it can run a lot of stuff. And, you know, that's very cool. Really, I feel like, for me, the flipping point is just like, yeah, GameCube, Wii, handle those two things and like, oh, that's like all the retro I need, like all the SD systems, right? Like, cool, good, okay. We're getting pretty far here. If you can handle all the SD systems, I think that's like good enough for me in a retro console, and like all of them from here on out will be able to do that. You know, like in a year, even the classic ones, even the ones that are like Game Boy sized and not DS sized, will be able to do it. And that is just a lovely thought, you know? Yeah, we have to keep some momentum up. What happens if we go through here? No, this doesn't do anything. It's not gonna respawn or anything. Because we have it. You know, I think that's enough, right? And if eventually, you know, there's another step, I don't think it's the Switch. You know, I really don't think the Switch needs to be emulated. It's already a handheld machine. It's already handheld, and, you know, I'm sure people are looking at it and probably already cracked it wide open if you want that sort of thing. I'm fine with just my Switch library that I paid money for, to be clear. Like, anything on Switch, like, yeah, no. I mean, I'm acquiring everything legally, but like everything on the Switch especially so. You know, like I don't need it to be anywhere but the Switch. Woo! All right, was that it? Line jump, what? Oh, okay. Lovely. GG indeed. Good stuff. We were able to get through in one. No risk of timeout or anything. Nice and clean, nice and clean. World record! Also. I guess we're probably the second person to clear it. Yes. Thank you for the level, HMWWD. I appreciate it. That was fun. We got 2 levels left. I hope that thing arrives tomorrow. If I get it all set up by Monday, I might do a stream to show it off. If not, maybe we'll do a stream some other time. You know, maybe like a week or 2 from now, we'll do a stream where I just show it off. You know, that'll give me time to like actually test all the shit and get it working and get us, you know it works and what doesn't work and how that all is, you know. When people talk about the retro handhelds on that or retro consoles on that, it's all like, okay, it can do these PlayStation games at 2 times resolution. It can do these PS2 games at like 2.5. It can do these GameCube games at 3. It can do these GameCube games at 2. And I'm just sitting there thinking like, I feel like 1 times resolution would be good enough, honestly. Like, that's authentic. Like the original resolution, that's a little bit SD, but sure, scale it up to 2 times, whatever. Let's see if that's possible. Like, that's good. You know, like the limitation seems like how much you scale it up. How much like extra resolution you give each of the retro consoles, which like, okay, that's cool. Like that's definitely an improvement. That's definitely like, okay, well, you know. So you're getting a little extra with the power. Should you sleep by now, but you want to say I appreciate you talking? I appreciate talking about games. Hey, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the follow, HMWWD. I'm glad you enjoyed me just talking about shit and, you know, doing as I do. Jose is up next. Jose, you were already in queue. I don't know why you were trying to add earlier. I thought you weren't in queue. That's why I opened it for you. Because I didn't remember playing a level from you, and I figured if you were trying to submit, you didn't already have one. Okay, well, whatever. You're here. I think is the main thing. You just were here like a level and a half ago. I'll accept that. You're the last person to chat on the YouTube side. That's sufficient for me. Let's do the level. It's deserts. That probably says like desert platformer. Aladas? That like adios and that's not like a thing, is it? I feel like that's probably just a cool name. I'm guessing cool name. I do not speak Spanish. This seems like a nice traditional level. I like nice traditional levels. You want to see Crash gameplay before I go? I don't have a legally obtained copy of that yet. I could. I don't plan on it. You know, I'm planning on maybe focusing on the other, like, the other Crash games before that. I'll say, you know. I'll say, like, don't expect every game I play to be on stream, you know? Like, I got time off stream where I need games to play. But also, I do think, like, yeah, I do think about games like, you know, games for the first time and go like, oh, could be good content. That would be good content if I did have first impressions of games people love. Give it a look. I mean, what is that on? Remind me, tomorrow, Twin Sanity? I'm gonna have to get a bunch more. Like I said, I like to add them in groups of 5. I was thinking, like, it'd be nice to have, like, multiples of 5. So, I'll have to find some more games, I guess. there's so many that people recommend, to be sure. There's so many that people recommend, so like, you know, it's not like... People say the PlayStation 2 has like the best library of all time. I just missed that out entirely, so I don't know that. And there's also games like, you know, to be clear, I'm not getting every game, legally, that I could do, right? Like, you know, I'm probably not gonna get the Persona games, for instance. I just played 3 Reload last year, and like, 4 is about to get remade? You know, we could have talked this whole stream about that whole Persona 4 situation with the voice actors coming out and saying like, we're not in it, I'm not in it, I'm not in it as well. And they were doing it in the order in which they joined the party in the original game, which made people wonder if it was a bit or like intentional, and also if they're lying. I don't know, it makes sense that for them to do that, I don't know. Thing that's worth noting, 2 things that are worth noting. 1, Chie was already recast, like, when Persona, you know, Persona 4 Golden happened, right? Like, the current Chie voice actress is not the original one from the original game. For what it's worth. 2nd, they're all 20 years older than they were when they were originally cast. I don't know. I guess it makes sense to me that, like, oh, maybe 40, 50-year-olds, you know, people in their 40s, can't probably do voices of teenagers quite as good. You know, I guess the Bart Simpson voice actor is managing it, I guess. But, I don't know. From what I hear, they should probably recast Marge. I don't know when Persona 6 is. I don't think it's, I mean, the Metaphor team was the same team as the Persona's team, right? So in a way, isn't Metaphor, like, your Persona 6, essentially? As far as, like, the developers go? As far as, like, the team goes? Like, to get Persona 6, I feel like we're probably starting from scratch right now. It was 70 years ago? Yeah, but they just did Metaphor, and Metaphor is like a Persona. Here in Saudi Arabia, we have more PlayStation players than Nintendo or Xbox. I think that's kind of common, actually. Like, I don't know about how Nintendo Switch has turned it around, but like, you know, PlayStation is ostensibly the most popular one. But I don't know, most people I know are big Switch heads, you know, big Switch fans, and or like, you know, I feel like the PlayStation 5 has not set the world on fire. I'll say that much. That much is definitely true. Nintendo Switch, though, that's an all-timer, and I think that you know, another thing we could talk about is, like, the legacy of the Nintendo Switch. Like, hey, we're about to, like... Fuck. Was there a checkpoint? Did we just pass a checkpoint? Please tell me there was... Oh, crap. I don't think we died since we were here. Okay, so we checkpointed and then won. The Nintendo Switch was a hell of a console, you know? You got here too late? Well, Robert, I'll say... I don't mind reopening it for someone who just got here. Here, in fact. Go! Go! Get it in! Get it in! New viewers, new people who just got here, I don't mind, I don't mind letting them in. You're good. Go ahead. Let her rip. Just you, or anyone else who hasn't gotten a level in so far. We're almost done with the stream, so like, hey, you know... minimal weights from this point, which is nice and lovely, I bet. In USA, you love Mario, but love Crash Bandicoot as much? Like I said, I never had a PlayStation 2 as a kid, or a PlayStation 1, so by the time I got like a PlayStation 3, Crash was basically a non-entity. You know, a lot of those old IPs, they just never did much with at a certain point. Switches are so cheap. That's a big part of the Switch, right? Like, It had mass appeal. It was cheap enough where, like, anyone could get one. Even if you weren't the most die-hard user. It had a hell of a collection. And I think, like, the portability of it just proved to be, like, the best selling point ever, you know? Like, holy crap, like, the flexibility that goes from portability to full-on console is just, like, unrivaled. You know, I definitely feel like everyone else should be thinking about this. And, like, hey, maybe y'all should do a handheld console convertible? Like, yeah, that seems like if you want to have consoles, that's the way. Another news story we didn't have time for that I totally didn't make note of. The whole Xbox, they apparently put their handheld console plans on hold. I guess that's fine. Oh, fuck. I don't think that's a big deal, you know. I think that, yeah, I think that those plans sounded weird, you know, and also, like, honestly, if it didn't handle, like, a Xbox Series S level of performance, you know, if it was, like, a third performance level for people to, like, make games to, I feel like it wouldn't really make sense as a product. Exclamation point ad, let me help you. There you go. Look at the message on your screen and follow the directions therein. Exclamation point add, and then the code. Have you ever seen anyone using a Switch outside? I've heard it's popular on trains. I'll say, like, I drive. I'm in a commuter city, you know, DFW. We don't have buses here. We don't do them. I mean, maybe there's buses, but I don't see them ever. We mostly just, commute. This is a commuter city, so I don't have, like, a place to play games whilst traveling. Unless I were to Uber somewhere, which, no? I was in Japan for a bit, though. A couple times, actually, you know. Both times while the Switch 2 was, the main console. For the 5 combined weeks I was in Japan, I can't think of an instance where someone other than me was, playing a Switch, but, you know, that's not to say that it doesn't happen. Just, there's a lot of people who don't feel like carrying a second device, you know, in addition to a phone, I guess. Hey, Antray. Oh, Robert is, you're Antray. Okay, I know you on Twitch as well, hey. Gotcha, okay, I didn't make that connection there, okay. So you got it in, you're ready to go then. Okay, so I can close the queue. Thumbs up. Thank you. That was a fun level. Jose. I appreciate it. That's fun. That was a good-ass traditional level. We were struggling with it a little bit, but, you know, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. We got through it well before running out of lives or even getting close. That final bit, which, God, my memory is sometimes crap. I'm forgetting what that final bit I was struggling with a little bit was. What was the thing that was hard about it? It's been too long of a stream. I'm forgetting things. Thumbs up. Perfect. Let me hit complete. Suffice to say, I liked it. That platform business was fun. We were talking about Joy-Cons and stuff. Yeah, the Joy-Con and the flexibility therein, that is a fantastic achievement. And I think we'll be, you know, the Joy-Con 2 are worthy successors that solve the main problems with them. You know, I am definitely, for one, sick of, you know, accidentally un-Joy-Conning my Joy-Cons. That's gonna be a thing of the past in, like, a couple days. Unless someone were to, like, you know, root their old Switch and make it into a thing, which I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna leave it as is. The Switch is just the thing that it is, and, like, you know, I don't want to deal with its, like, nonsense anymore, you know? Frankie Pogger, you are up. Wasn't that long that Frankie Pogger submitted, so you should be good. You should be raring to go. We'll do the Super World if that sounds good. Though, Pogger, if you are here, do say, and we can absolutely do otherwise. What do y'all think? Upper castle, lower castle. Upper castle, lower castle. What are we thinking? I'm thinking lower castle because that probably a harder one, I'm reckoning. Maybe we should go for the easier one, but I'm liking the danger. That looks like a mountain, so you want to do the mountain one. It is on a mountain, that is true. And it does open up more levels if Frankie Pogger ever returns and gives us another crack at the Super World. Let's do the top one. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna take that looks like a mountain as a suggestion. Meatball Dungeon. Fuck. Didn't notice that the spike ball would be coming back at me. That's, ooh. Fuck! And then I jumped into a spike. Sometimes sudden death is really quick. I'm sorry, Frankie Pogger. I did try. But I don't see you in chat, so I think that's all we gotta do for now. We should try the other one. It's kind of funny how most people are saying they need to lower the price when it was literally sold out in a minute. The Switch 2 will be able to have a password protected thing that you can enable on your own. Interesting. Yeah, I've never password protected anything. You know, I live alone, so I don't need it. That's not a concern I have, but that's probably good for like kids and stuff, and for like people who have multiple accounts and all that. You know, family and all that, kids, things of that nature, who don't live alone. I'll say as far as price goes on the Switch 2, I guess let's have one final thought on price on the Switch 2. It's kind of a shame that they couldn't hit like the kind of price that the Switch 1 had, but I feel like because the Switch 1 had such a bargain basement price, it was just perpetually underpowered that whole generation, and I feel like we paid the price for its lowered price like consistently the whole way through with, you know, games from other platforms running like absolute ass. Even Nintendo games sometimes running like ass at times. Like, it was not pretty. You know, some games are great and like run fantastic, like Odyssey, like Tears of the Kingdom. You know, like some Nintendo games especially, like, they killed it. They made it look good. And like really put the system to use so well. But others just like, oops, the hair's the wrong color. I think about Mortal Kombat 10 or 11, where just, yeah, all the hair looked like it was right off of the Nintendo 64. It was the wrong color and like a shitty looking shape. It looked so shit. And it's just, don't play it on that system. Bloodstained. I played Bloodstained on Switch. I really shouldn't have. It was a terrible console to play it on. It looked terrible, ran like ass. Sometimes you couldn't even see where the water was because they couldn't afford to have, like, you know, a water surface. You know, a surface to look at. You know, you couldn't see the surface of the water because it just wasn't there. And, at times, I feel like that's just the price that you paid for that that discount on the hardware, the cheapness of it, the chipsets, and now they're really like going the extra mile and putting something that's like powerful that will go the distance. I think, yeah, you really saw limitations a lot, especially 2023 onward. I think you saw them earlier on with some third-party games coming from the other, like, you know, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Series X, One, you know, Xbox One, coming from like Xbox One. You saw limitations, like I said, Mortal Kombat 11, 10, I forget which one. So ass. It ran at 60 and that was nice, but it looked like total shit. And I'm so glad now that you know, they have something where people are doing comparisons between PlayStation 4 and Switch 2 and realizing like, oh, the Switch 2 is way better. And then they're comparing the Switch 2 and the PlayStation 5 and going like, wait, how does this look so good on the Switch 2? And the secret is like, oh, it's doing some really good upscaling, which lets it cheat a little bit. Oh, wow, I can't believe it's that good. Even if it is overpriced, it feel like it's what's needed for people to actually make a living making the consoles. I guess. I mean, I'll say, like, the other thing is that for comparable handhelds, it's a good price, right? For like, if you compare it to a Steam Deck, or, you know, all those, like, PC handhelds that are out there, it is a reasonable price that matches with those, or is even below those, honestly. Like, it's cheap compared to a Stream Deck. Maybe not a used Stream Deck, but, you know, like, if they do a new Stream Deck, or like a ROG Ally or something, you know? Like, if you want the price of a Switch 1, you're basically looking at an emulation machine like the Odin, which can handle emulation just good, but isn't exactly gonna be like a next-gen powerhouse, you know? Like, maybe the Odin can handle emulating Switch games, and that's like the peak of its like, you know, the peak of its power, right? That's like the best thing it can do. You know, it's not gonna... You're not gonna turn around and run like, things with like fancy effects and ray tracing and all that on it. This is cool. It's a cool boss. I think it's a reasonable price. You know, I think that for sure, they probably wanted to be $50 less. They probably wanted to start at $400, and I think they should have started at $400. But, you know, with the whole tariff situation, I'm glad that they kept it at $450, you know? By the way, speaking of news that I didn't note and I didn't have time for, I guess court said that tariffs were unconstitutional. I don't know if that's gonna stop them, but like, yeah, that's a good sign. Yeah, no, you're right. Really, it is the Congress that should pass like this crap. What the hell was the deal with this whole thing being allowed? How the fuck do you... How do you beat Bowser here? I'm really not sure. Am I supposed to, like, just guide missiles into him? This is kind of awkward. But I think I got 2 hits in, so hopefully it's not very many. I mean, I guess this is just like a harder version of the Barbaros fight from DKC 3. Not that dissimilar to Barbaros. Yeah, it is a cool boss. Let's see if we can beat it this time. We got 4 tries. That should be plenty. I hope that the price comes down eventually, you know, a year or 2 from now, should tariffs, you know, end up not being a big problem. You know, I hope that, like, the price of those comes down. I hope that, like, you know, the tariffs continue not being a thing, so that like, when when there's a new Retroid, it's still $200 and not like $300 or $400, you know. Tariffs could really drive the price of those stupid fucking emulation handhelds also up. That, those also would be affected by those. The bombs have to hit Bowser. The missiles, right. Yes! Cool. Good. We did it. I kind of feel like... I don't know I did that much that one. I was kind of distracted a little bit. But we did it! Alright! Also, hey, that's the final level of the stream. What do you know? We've been going at this around like 5.5 hours? Good. That's a reasonable length for the first stream back in a week and a half. Once again, just got LASIK. Get used to no glasses. That's They're gone. They don't work anymore. I could remove them. I could remove the lenses and wear them as a style statement, a fashion statement. If y'all really hate this, but I think it's good. It's gonna be good. We're gonna get used to it, and you're just gonna have to get used to the YouTube Shorts sometimes being from older content and being more acutely aware of how much that happens because it happens all the time. Yeah, you know, like when I put up a short of Half-Life 2, I haven't played Half-Life 2 in a year and a half. Like, yeah, that was a year and a half ago when that happened. Yes. Actually, no, it was like 6 months ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it was like 6 months ago. Year and a half was the last time I played, like, StarCraft. Or Odyssey. Well, on stream, anyway. I think I might have touched Odyssey. We'll play Odyssey again, hey! There's some stuff coming up. We'll absolutely maybe try the updated version of Odyssey. Ugh! Thank you for the level. I'm hitting complete. That was good. We're out of levels, folks. And that means the stream is over. The lightning round is done. I'm going to make myself big. I'm going to make myself big and then bring up the schedule. Well, folks, this has been fun. First time back in a bit. First time back in a week and a half. I was worried about being able to read chat with these, like, eyes that are slowly and surely getting a little bit better and a little bit better, but I was able to read chat just fine. Some of the level codes were a bit of a challenge, but, you know, when are they not? They're kind of always a challenge sometimes, you know, telling an S from a 5, that sort of thing, you know. Get customizational backgrounds for the Switch. Hope so. Yeah, that'd be cool. This has been a fun stream. I'll be back for sure June 4th, after 11. Launch night stream. As soon as I get my Switch 2 from GameStop, I will run home and start a stream. The thing will be in the box. We will start with it boxed up, right? And then we'll set it up. We'll get some games downloaded. We'll buy the stuff, and, you know, we'll do the thing. And I think I'll maybe save the system transfer process for, like, off-stream, and then maybe we'll come back the next day and do stuff like, checking out, like, Switch 1 games and see if they have, like, better performance, like, you know, all the games that are getting upgraded that I have, I guess. Or we'll do other things. We'll probably play more Mario Kart on day 2 as well, and then there'll be a Mario Maker stream, the day after. Yes, that's right. Even with a new Switch 2, Mario Maker will still be next Friday. It will still be at 6 p.m. Look for it. Exciting. Also, there will be a game showcase at noon on the Sunday after next Sunday. So, like, in a week from now. And I will watch that live and react to it. And also, I'll play Mario Kart while it's going, in case it's boring. So, you know, it'll be like a picture-in-picture situation. And, there'll be no sound from the Mario Kart, but, all sound from the press conference. And that'll be fun, I hope. That sounds like the react stream for me. One where I'm playing a video game at the same time. That's how I like to do watching things. Playing games at the same time. Honestly. After all that's done, we will get back to replaying through random rare games. And I'll say, like, this image right here. Okay. I'll say, following the birthday sub-goals, we have 2 more games that are on the pile that could show up. We could get 2 versions of Conker's Bad Fur Day, or Live and Reloaded, and we will have to do both of them. We could get Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color version, or we could get the mystery game, which has not been revealed. I will say, next viewer level stream, we will spin the wheel and determine which game it's going to be. Until then, you know, we'll just think about it. Remind me next Friday at 2 p.m. Have the wheel ready to go, goddammit. It's important. Don't forget. It just put a reminder that says, don't forget. Great. Good job. Good job. Apple Watch. You didn't quite get it there, Siri. Whatever, I'll remember. Remind me tomorrow. Make a note about the playthroughs. About the wheel. That'll do. That'll be coming up. That'll be cool. That'll be fun. 4 of those, and then it'll be on to whatever the next thing is for Tuesdays. That sounds good to me. There's also going to be other streams. I might do a stream on Monday where I check out the Retroid Flip 2. I might also just wait until I have it like fully set up until I've had like a week or 2 with it. That also would make sense, honestly. We'll see. I'll see ya on Switch 2 launch day, folks. I hope you're excited. I'm excited. Launch night, and then launch day after that, and then viewer levels after that, and then, you know, press conference, and then it'll be back to business as usual for a while, which will be a nice change of pace. It's been a hell of a couple of weeks. Just, you know, it's been a hell of a couple of weeks between the LASIK and the birthday stuff, and just not normal streams for a while, but normal streams will resume again, like, right as June is starting. Okay. Now then, where am I sending, my Twitch folks? My Twitch, people watching on Twitch. Let me send you off on a little bit of a raid. Let's see now. Bunch of people going. It's a thing. Let's go with, looking through my options here. Let's send you over to, Neptune Neon or Daft Husky. I rated Daft Husky after the Mario Builder stream, right? So let's go Neptune Neon, who's doing some sort of Dark Souls thing. That's not really my jam, but, you know, give my love to him nonetheless. That, sounds good. Okay, folks, I'll see you on, Switch 2 launch night for sure. Unless I get to the GameStop and it turns out they lost my pre-order, in which case, I guess I would get it the next day when the Walmart one came in and we do it the next night. I'm not anticipating that. I'm thinking it'll be next Wednesday night around 11, a little after 11 p.m. for sure, as soon as I can get home, basically. That'll be when it is. I might do a Retroid stream on Monday. You know what? I'm gonna say probably not. I'm gonna say that right here, right now. Probably not. My gut says no, and my gut says it will not be ready by then to show off. I will not be done setting it up. I will not be done, like, breaking it in. No. Exciting times, though. It is exciting times right now. Take it easy. I'll see you when the Switch 2 is out, and we can play it, and my god, isn't that exciting as well. So much exciting right now. Alright. Wednesday night, little bit after 11 p.m. Later. Bye.